My child, I am releasing provision into your life right now, not tomorrow, not next week. Now, as my voice reaches you, I am opening doors that no hand can shut. Doors of provision, doors of opportunity, doors that have stood locked for years. I hold the key, and I am turning it in your life at this very hour. Can you sense it? Something is moving in the unseen realm, and it is moving for you. Resources are being loosed, paths are being cleared. The barriers that held back your increase are coming down while I speak. This is not a promise for some far-off season. This is happening as you listen. I have watched every effort you made to open these doors on your own. You knocked, you pushed, you tried every way a person can try. And I have come to tell you something that will set your shoulders free. You no longer need to force it. You no longer need to fight alone because I have taken this matter into my own hands. When I open a door, no power in heaven or on earth can close it. When I close a door, no scheme can pry it open. The door you pressed against 1,000 times, the one that never gave way, I am opening it for you myself. The opportunity that looked impossible, I am carrying it toward you. The resource you could not find, I have already set it aside with your name on it. It is moving. It is on its way. It is arriving even now. Listen closely because I want you to understand why you are hearing this today. You did not find these words by accident. I arranged this moment. I drew you here because your appointed time has come, and I refuse to let it pass you by unaware. There are seasons when heaven leans low over a single life, when I move with unusual power on behalf of one person, and this is such a season for you. You are not overhearing a message meant for someone else. I am speaking to you. I know how long you have waited. I know the prayers you spoke into the dark and the ones you were too tired to finish. I know the mornings you rose with a weight on your chest and carried it through the whole day without telling a soul. None of it escaped me. And I did not stay silent because I was absent. I stayed near, working in places you could not see, arranging what had to be arranged until the hour was right. The hour is right now. Understand what I am doing. I am not patching the old thing. I am not offering you a small relief so you can limp another mile. I am changing the ground beneath your feet. I am rewriting the terms of your provision. Where there was a trickle, I am opening a river. Where you rationed, you will pour. Where you shrank back, you will stand and give thanks. Think of my servant Elijah by the brook. When the brook dried up, it was not the end of him, because I had already commanded a widow in Zarephath to sustain him. Before he felt the lack, the answer was in place. That is how I work. The supply is prepared before the need arrives. Your answer is not being assembled in a hurry. It has been waiting for this appointed day. And think of the manna in the wilderness. My people woke each morning, and the provision was simply there, lying on the ground like frost. They did not plant it. They did not earn it. They gathered what I had already given. I am teaching you to live this way, with open hands instead of clenched fists, gathering what my faithfulness lays down for you day by day. I want you to notice something about the doors I open. They rarely look the way you imagined. You have pictured one particular door for so long that you may not recognize the one I am unlocking. So keep your heart soft and your eyes lifted. The connection that seems small may carry the whole answer. The ordinary day may hold the extraordinary turn. When Joseph woke in his prison cell on the last morning of his captivity, it looked like every other morning. By nightfall, he stood before Pharaoh. One day, one door, everything changed. Do not measure your future by your present circumstances. Your circumstances are the old chapter. I am the author, and I have already begun the new one. What you see around you is the scenery of a season that is ending, not a prophecy of the seasons to come. I do not consult your bank ledger before I decide what to do for you. I consult my own faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. So here is what I ask of you in this opening hour. Stop bracing for disappointment. You have taught your heart to expect the worst, so that hope cannot wound you again. But that armor has grown heavy, and it keeps out more than pain. It keeps out expectation, and expectation is the open window through which my provision loves to enter. Take the armor off. Let yourself hope again. Hope in me is never wasted, because I do not awaken hunger I have no intention of feeding. I am not asking you to pretend the pressure is not real. The pressure is real, but my word outweighs it. When I speak over a life, my word becomes the heaviest thing in that life. Heavier than the debt, heavier than the fear, heavier than the years of struggle. And I am speaking over your life now. Receive this hour for what it is, a turning, a hinge on which your story swings. You walked in here carrying one kind of life, and I intend for you to walk out carrying another. Stay with me through every word I have for you today, because each one is a stone laid in the road I am building under your feet. If your heart is stirring even a little, answer me now. If you believe I am opening doors for you this hour, say, Amen, Lord, I receive it. Now let me speak about what I have seen, because you have carried much of this alone, and it is time you knew that none of it was hidden from me. I was in the room on the nights you could not sleep. I watched you stare at the ceiling, adding the same numbers again and again, hoping they would come out different. They never did, and the weight on your chest grew heavier with every counting. You turned over. You tried to pray. Sometimes the prayer came out whole, and sometimes it was only my name spoken once into the dark. Hear me now. The single word reached me as surely as the longest prayer. I saw you open your wallet and close it again quickly. I saw you leave the envelope unopened on the table for 3 days because you already knew what it said. I saw you do the quiet arithmetic at the market, setting one thing back on the shelf so the rest could stay. You thought no one noticed? I noticed. I saw the harder thing too, the thing you have never told anyone. The pretending. You stood among people who love you and answered that you were fine. You kept your voice steady while something inside you was buckling. You gave to others out of your little because shame would not let you say the little was almost gone. You were carrying 2 burdens at once, the lack itself and the loneliness of hiding it. I saw both, and neither one moved me to condemn you. They moved me to act. Understand this about my silence. It was never indifference. A farmer is not indifferent in winter. He is waiting for the ground to be ready. All through your hardest season, I was working where your eyes could not follow, aligning what had to be aligned, positioning people you have not yet met, holding back what would have crushed you and allowing only what you could bear. You survived things that should have broken you. That was not luck. That was my hand. And now, hear the word I have been waiting to speak over you. It is finished. The long season of lack in your life has reached its end, not because circumstances shifted on their own, but because I have decreed it. And when I decree a thing, nothing above the earth or beneath it can reverse my ruling. No shortage can argue with me. No history of struggle can file a protest. My word stands, and my word says the cycle is broken. The pattern you inherited, the one that followed your family like a shadow, loses its claim on you today. The old rhythm of almost enough, of 1 step forward and 2 steps back, of every gain swallowed by a sudden loss, I am shattering that rhythm now. It does not get to write your next chapter. I do. I know a part of you flinches at these words. Hope has cost you before. You believed once, and the breakthrough did not come when you thought it would, and something in you decided never to be that open again. I am not wounded by your caution, but I ask you to look at who is speaking. Men promised and failed you. Circumstances promised and mocked you. I am neither a man that I should lie, nor a circumstance that I should change with the weather. When I say the season has turned, the season has turned. Consider the woman who came to my prophet Elisha with nothing left but a small jar of oil and creditors at her door. She saw an ending. I saw a beginning. The oil poured and kept pouring, filling vessel after vessel, and it stopped only when there were no more vessels to fill. The lack was never in my supply. Bring me your empty vessels, all of them. The dried-up dreams, the abandoned plans, the hopes you folded away. My oil has not run out. Consider my people at the sea, the water ahead, the army behind. No reasonable way forward. Reason was not consulted that day. I split the water and they walked through on dry ground. Your situation may look sealed on every side. Sealed is where I do my clearest work, because when the way opens, you will know beyond argument that it was me. So let the anxiety begin to loosen its grip tonight. You have kept watch over your troubles like a guard who fears to sleep, as if your worrying were holding the walls up. It never was. I hold the walls. I ask you to trade the watchman's post for a child's rest. The one who keeps you neither slumbers nor sleeps, so you may. And let the shame go with it. Lack was a season you passed through, not a name you were given. You are not the balance of an account. You are not the sum of what went wrong. You are mine, and what is mine does not stay buried, because I am a God who brings things up and out of pits, out of prisons, out of long winters into sudden spring. From this day, watch for the small signs first. The unexpected kindness. The bill that resolves more easily than it should. The idea that arrives in the quiet and will not leave you alone. Breakthroughs seldom announce themselves with trumpets at the start. They begin like the first thin light before sunrise, easy to miss if you are not looking east. Look east. I have ended what needed ending. Now I begin what I have long prepared. The decree is spoken, the seal is set, and heaven itself has recorded this day as the day your account turned. Walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in. The weight was never yours to carry, and I am taking it back. If this word has found the sore place and touched it, do not stay silent. Speak it out with your own mouth. I believe the cycle is broken. Amen. Now I must correct something in the way you come to me, because it has shaped your receiving more than you know. You have been approaching me like a beggar at a stranger's gate, head down, voice small, asking for scraps and apologizing for asking, rehearsing your unworthiness before you dare to speak your need. My child, who taught you to stand at my door like that? It was not me. I never put that posture on you. Somewhere along the road, disappointment and shame dressed you in it, and you have worn it so long it feels like your own skin. Today I am asking you to take it off. You are not a stranger at my gate. You are a child in your Father's house, and a child does not beg at the family table. A child sits down. Everything in the house is already arranged with that child in mind. The bread, the shelter, the protection, the name. When my son told the boy who came home from the far country, remember what the father did. The boy arrived rehearsing a servant's speech, planning to ask for a hired hand's place. The father never let him finish the speech. The robe was already out. The ring was already chosen. The feast was already ordered. That is the house you live in. That is the father you have. So lift your head when you speak to me. Come boldly, not because you have earned boldness, but because the door you walk through was open for you at the highest cost, and it insults no one when you use it. Ask largely, expect warmly. A small request does not honor me more. It only reveals how small you still believe my heart to be. And because you are an heir and not a beggar, I can now speak to you about giving, because only heirs can give freely. Beggars clutch, heirs release. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Let me tell you why release matters so much in my kingdom. It is not because I lack anything. The cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, and the gold in every hidden vein of the earth. I do not need what is in your hand. But I care greatly about what has hold of your heart, and the hand often confesses what the heart conceals. A closed fist tells me fear is still governing. An open hand tells me trust has taken the throne. When you release, you are not losing. You are voting. You are declaring which kingdom you believe in, the kingdom of scarcity that says there will never be enough, or my kingdom, where loaves multiply in the breaking and water turns to wine in the pouring. Remember the widow I watched at the treasury. Rich men gave heavy sums that cost them nothing. She gave 2 small coins, and I said her offering outweighed them all. I was not measuring the amount. I was measuring the trust. Her coin said, "Tomorrow belongs to God." That is the arithmetic of heaven, and it has never been revised. Now understand what your inheritance actually contains, because it is far more than provision. Wisdom is in it. Wisdom for every decision that stands before you now. When Solomon asked for an understanding heart, I gave it gladly and added what he had not asked. I have not changed. Ask me for wisdom, and I will not scold you for asking. Direction is in it, the right step at the right hour. Connections are in it. People I have positioned along your path whom you have not yet met, who will open what you could not open alone. Peace is in it, the kind that stands guard over your mind when the news is bad and the answer is delayed. All of this is yours by birthright, not by bargaining. You do not flatter me into it. You do not fast yourself thin to deserve it. You receive it the way a child receives breakfast in the Father's house, with thanks, without groveling, as the natural provision of a house that has never known famine. Do not fear that the supply will thin as you draw from it. An earthly estate divides among the heirs, and each receives a smaller share. My house does not divide that way. Every child receives fully, and the storehouse stands as full as before. Your portion takes nothing from another, and no other hand can take your portion. It was measured for you, set aside for you, and it keeps your name. But an inheritance unclaimed feeds no one. A deed locked in a drawer builds no house. This is why I keep pressing you to receive, to speak, to act, because the transfer is complete on my side and waits only for your side. Faith is how an heir signs for what is already his. Stretch out your hand. Say of every promise I have made you today, "This is mine, because my Father said so." And when the provision begins to flow, remember the order of the house. You are blessed to be a river, not a reservoir. Rivers stay clean because they keep moving. What I send through your hands will feed more than your own table. and in the feeding of others your own supply will renew itself, the way a spring renews itself quietly from a source deeper than any drought can reach. Walk out of this hour with a new posture, shoulders back, head lifted. Not in pride, for pride is just fear wearing perfume, but in sonship, in daughterhood, in the settled dignity of one who knows the house they belong to. The house is mine. The table is set, and your seat has carried your name upon it far longer than you would believe. Now I want to teach you about the power I placed in your mouth, because you have been holding a key and calling it a burden. When I made the world, I did not build it with hands. I spoke it. Let there be light, and light obeyed. That is the pattern of my kingdom. And when I formed you in my image, I set a measure of that same pattern inside you. Your words are not noise that fades in the air. They are seeds. They fall somewhere. They grow into something. Every day of your life you have been sowing with your mouth, and much of what surrounds you now sprouted from words planted long ago, some of them yours, some spoken over you by others. This is why I ask you to declare what I am doing, not merely to think it. Silent agreement is a beginning, but faith finds its full strength when it crosses the lips. With the heart a person believes, and with the mouth confession is made. There is a bridge between the unseen realm where I have already answered and the visible realm where you are waiting, and your spoken word is a plank in that bridge. When you say what I have said, heaven and earth begin to agree, and what was prepared above starts arriving below. Consider Jericho. The walls did not fall to swords or ladders. My people marched in silence for 6 days, carrying the word I had given them, and on the 7th day they opened their mouths and shouted, and the walls came down. The shout did not create the victory. I had already given the city. The shout received it. Your declaration works the same way. It does not talk me into blessing you. It reaches out and takes hold of the blessing I have already released. Consider the blind man on the Jericho road. The crowd told him to be quiet. His need told him to be quiet. Everything in his circumstances voted for silence, but he cried out all the louder, "Son of David, have mercy on me." And his crying out stopped me in the road. The ones who hushed him received nothing that day. The one who spoke went home seeing. Do not let any voice inside you or around you talk you back into silence. Speak your faith even if your voice shakes. A trembling declaration still moves my hand. So from this day, watch the words you release over your own life. Stop prophesying your own defeat. Stop saying nothing ever works out for me, it will always be this way, I will never get ahead. You are not describing your life when you say those things. You are shaping it. Say instead what I say. My God supplies all my need. Goodness and mercy are following me. The one who began a good work in me will finish it. Let your mouth come into agreement with your Father, and watch how the atmosphere around you begins to change. Now there is something more, and I ask you to receive it with a soft heart, because this word was never meant to end with you. I see the people around you, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer. And I tell you plainly, there is someone near you walking through the very valley you have been walking. Someone who lies awake doing the same arithmetic you did. Someone whose smile is holding back a flood. Someone who has begun to wonder quietly whether I have forgotten them. You know this pain from the inside. That is precisely why you can recognize it in another when others walk past it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, a face is rising in your heart, a name. Do not brush it aside. That remembrance is not a stray thought. It is my finger pointing. I am showing you who needs this hope, because I did not hand you this word only to feed you. I handed it to you the way I handed bread to my disciples on the hillside, to be passed along. And you remember what happened to that bread. It multiplied in the passing. 5 loaves fed thousands, and the fragments that remained filled 12 baskets. The bread that is shared is the bread that multiplies. It has always been so in my kingdom. So carry this hope to them. Speak a word of life to that person. Tell them the season of lack can end, that I see them, that I have not lost their address. You do not need eloquence. You need willingness. When you open your mouth for the weary, I will fill it. And understand what happens in the unseen when you do this. You become part of my answer to a prayer you never heard, prayed on a night you never knew about. Few honors in this life are higher than that one. And hear this promise, spoken over every generous act. The one who waters others will himself be watered. The one who carries relief will walk in relief. I keep careful books, my child, though not the kind men keep. Whatever mercy leaves your hand returns to your door, pressed down, shaken together, running over. You cannot outgive me. No one ever has. Many have tried, and they are the most contented people in my whole household. Do not wait until your own breakthrough is complete before you strengthen someone else. That is the world's order. Secure yourself first, then help if anything is left. My order is different. Give out of your not yet. Encourage out of your own waiting. There is a special strength that flows to the one who comforts others, while still standing in the fire themselves. The 3 men in Babylon's furnace were not alone in the flames, and neither are you, and neither is the one you will strengthen. Speak life today. Over yourself first, until your own heart believes it. Then over that one whose face I have set before you. 2 declarations, 1 mouth, and my power moving through both. Now let me tell you something about yourself that you have half known all your life and never had the words for. You have always felt different. You notice what others walk past. You sense the mood of a room before anyone speaks. You feel things more deeply than the people around you seem to. And there were years when you counted that a flaw, a weakness to be managed, a strangeness to be hidden. Hear your Father clearly. It was never a flaw. I made you sensitive on purpose, the way a craftsman makes an instrument fine on purpose. A coarse string cannot carry a delicate note. I needed someone who could hear quiet things, and so I tuned you quietly. That sensitivity is one of the ways I speak to you. When something within you leans toward a choice before your reasons catch up, pay attention. When a caution rises in you about a path, a person, an offer, and you cannot explain it, do not be quick to argue yourself out of it. I often guide my children from within, by a still small voice, not by thunder. Elijah learned this on the mountain. The wind tore the rocks, and I was not in the wind. The earth shook, and I was not in the quaking. The fire roared, and I was not in the fire. Then came a sound like thin silence, and there I was. I have not changed my address. I still live in the quiet. This is why I am calling you into stillness in this season. Not idleness. Stillness. There is a difference. Idleness is an empty room. Stillness is a listening room. Your days have been loud, crowded with voices, demands, opinions, and worries all talking at once, and my voice does not shout over crowds. Be still and know that I am God. Set apart a portion of your day, even a small one, where the noise is put outside the door and you simply sit with me. You will be surprised what becomes clear in that room. Answers you chased for months will walk in softly and sit down beside you. And understand this. You have been positioned, not just blessed. There is a difference there too. A blessing is something placed in your hands. A position is somewhere I have placed you. Where you live, the people you know, the trials you have passed through, The peculiar mix of what you have suffered and what you have learned, none of it is scattered chance. It is placement. Esther did not arrive at the palace by luck, and Mordecai's word to her is my word to you. Who knows whether you have come into your place for such a time as this? You keep asking me what your purpose is, and all the while you are standing inside it. The purpose is not far off in some other city, some other decade, some other version of your life. It begins exactly where your feet are planted this hour. So stay awake, my child, not anxious. Awake. There is a kind of watchfulness that has nothing to do with fear, the watchfulness of a servant who knows the master is near, of a farmer who knows the rain is coming. Live your ordinary days with your lamp trimmed. The turning points of a life rarely send word ahead. Joseph did not know. David carrying bread to his brothers did not know. The fisherman mending nets by the lake did not know that before the sun went down, everything would be different. Keep your heart in a state of holy readiness, because I love to move suddenly among those who expect me. While you watch, remember what surrounds you. You are more protected than you have ever perceived. My servant Elisha's young helper rose one morning to find an army circling the city, and his heart failed him, until his eyes were opened and he saw the mountains full of horses and chariots of fire. The protection was there before he saw it. It did not arrive with his seeing. So it is with you. You have been kept, my child, kept in dangers you knew about, and in far more that you never knew existed. Roads you did not take. Delays that frustrated you and saved you. Doors that closed in your face and in closing shielded you. One day I will let you see how often my hand was on the latch. Because you are kept, you can be brave. Fear has been a tenant in your house too long, paying no rent, rearranging your furniture, deciding which rooms you were allowed to enter. Serve it notice. I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Courage in my kingdom is not the absence of trembling. It is trembling and stepping forward anyway, because you trust the one who called you out of the boat. Peter walked on water exactly as long as he watched me, and even when he sank, note this well, he did not drown. My hand was faster than the sea. It is still faster than the sea. There is one more thing about this hour that I want you to hold. Some of what I am doing in you now is meant to be guarded a while, not broadcast. Mary heard astonishing things from heaven and told no one at first. She kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. There is wisdom in that keeping. New work is like new planting. It roots best undisturbed. Let what I am saying to you settle deep before you spread it wide, and share it, when the time ripens, with those who can honor it. You are seen, you are placed, you are guarded, you are being made ready. Let those 4 truths be the 4 walls of the room you live in from now on. If you know this word was appointed for you, seal it now with your voice. Amen. I am chosen and kept. Something is changing inside you, and I want you to understand it while it happens, so you cooperate with it instead of fearing it. You may have noticed already. Certain conversations that once held you now feel thin. Certain places drain you that never used to. Some pursuits you chased for years have gone quiet in your heart, and you cannot fully explain why. Do not be alarmed. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. I am adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. When I prepare a person for more, I first loosen their grip on less. And much of what is falling away from you now is simply less, making room. Letting go will be part of this season, and I will not pretend it costs nothing. Old habits fit like old shoes, comfortable even after they have worn through. Old grievances feel like possessions, and the heart is reluctant to be robbed of them, even though they rob the heart daily. but you cannot row forward while your anchor is still down. Forgive who needs forgiving, not because the wrong was small, but because the load is too heavy for the journey ahead. Release the old picture of how your life was supposed to look by now. I am not restoring you to an old plan. I am unfolding a better one, and both hands must be empty to receive it. As the clutter clears, your discernment will sharpen. You will begin to read situations more truly, to sense what is genuine and what merely glitters. You will hear the difference between a voice that feeds you and a voice that flatters you. This is not suspicion. Suspicion is fear in disguise, and I am not giving you fear. This is discernment, wisdom's quiet daughter, and she will save you from tables you were never meant to sit at, and detours dressed up as destinies. When she whispers, honor her. She speaks with my accent. Guard your peace the way a watchman guards a city, because in this next season your peace is not a luxury. It is equipment. Out of the heart flow the issues of life, so keep your heart with all diligence. Not everything deserves entry. Not every argument deserves your presence. Not every offense deserves a reply. You are learning, slowly, the strength of a closed door and the eloquence of silence. My son stood before Pilate and did not defend himself, and heaven did not think less of him for the quiet. Some battles are won by refusing to enroll in them. Patience is growing in you too, though patience never feels like growth while it grows. You have begged me to hurry, and I have heard every asking, but hear my reasoning. I am not only preparing a blessing for you. I am preparing you for a blessing, and of the two, the second work is greater. Provision given before character is ready becomes a burden with a bow on it. Many have been flattened by answers that arrived ahead of their foundations. I love you too much to decorate an unfinished house. So when my timing feels slow, remind yourself that the farmer does not accuse the field in April. The seed is not late. It is underground, doing exactly what seeds do in the dark. And gratitude, let it become your daily bread. Not the thin gratitude that thanks me only when the answer lands, but the deep kind that finds my fingerprints on ordinary days. Thank me for the meal, the breath, the roof, the one who asked how you were and meant it. Gratitude does something in the unseen that few of my children grasp. It multiplies what it touches. 10 lepers were cleansed on the road, and one returned to give thanks, and that one went away with more than clean skin. He went away whole. Thanksgiving is the difference between the two, and it is available to you every waking hour at no cost but attention. You will also find, as this work deepens, that you need the approval of others less than you once did. That hunger drove you longer and harder than you knew, the performing, the explaining, the quiet auditioning for people who were barely watching. It is losing its grip now, because a heart that knows it is already loved stops begging at other tables. Let my opinion of you become the loudest one in the room. I formed you. I chose you. I have never once looked at you with regret. When that truth settles all the way down, you will walk into rooms differently, not needing them to clap, free to simply serve. And do not despise the day of small beginnings. When my people rebuilt the temple, the elders wept aloud, because the new foundation looked so modest beside the memory of the former house. But I asked them then what I ask you now. Who dares despise the day of small things? The plumb line was in the builder's hand, and that was enough for me. What you hold today may look humble beside what you once dreamed. Build anyway. I measure a work by its faithfulness, not by its first dimensions. A single cloud the size of a man's hand was all that Elijah's servant could see from the mountain. Yet within the hour the whole sky was black with rain. Beginnings in my kingdom are often small on purpose, so that the ending will carry my signature and not yours. Tend what is in your hand and bring me something to multiply. Do not misread the quiet stretches of this transformation. There will be days when nothing seems to move, when the old pull returns, when you wonder whether anything I said this hour was real. Growth keeps no visible calendar. The bamboo farmer waters ground that shows him nothing for a long time, and then, in a single season, the shoot outruns every tree around it. The showing is sudden. The growing never was. So judge nothing by the bare ground. Judge by my word, which does not return to me empty. And through all of it, stay tender. This is important, my child. The world will offer you a harder heart as the price of safety, and many pay it and shrink inside their own armor. Refuse the trade. It is possible to be wise without being cold, guarded without being walled, strong without being sharp. The reed bruised by the road, I do not break. The candle burning low, I do not snuff out. Carry that same gentleness toward the people I place in your path, and toward yourself, for you have spoken to yourself in tones you would never use on anyone you love. Speak to yourself from now on, as one speaks to a beloved child. That is, after all, exactly what you are. This is the shaping. This is the deep work under the visible work. Provision is the smaller gift I am giving you this year. The greater gift is the person you are becoming while you wait for it. Clearer, steadier, kinder, harder to deceive and easier to bless. When both gifts meet, the provision and the prepared heart, you will understand why the road ran the way it ran, and you will not wish a mile of it away. Now come close, my child, because this final word is the one I most want you to carry out of this hour. Everything I have spoken today gathers into a single charge. Walk forward, not when the fear is gone, not when the account is full, not when every question has an answer. Now, with the fear still muttering, with the questions still open, walk forward, because the promise does not wait at the end of your certainty. It waits along the road of your obedience. Abraham left with no map, only a voice, and the voice proved better than any map. You have the same voice. You have heard it all through this hour. Let it be enough and take the step. Take the practical step, the one you already know. There is a task you have been circling, a conversation you have postponed, a beginning you keep moving to next week. My provision loves to travel along the road of small obediences. The widow gathered sticks before the flour multiplied. The servants filled the jars with plain water before it blushed into wine. The lepers were healed as they went, not before they went. Do the small thing in front of you and watch how heaven meets you in motion. I rarely steer a ship that will not leave the harbor. And when you step out, expect opposition, and do not be shaken by it. New seasons draw challenge the way light draws moths. Discouragement may speak louder for a while. Old doubts may return in new clothing. People who knew the old you may resist the new. None of this means you have missed my way. Often it means you have found it, for no one wastes arrows on an empty field. Stand firm. The shield of faith is not decoration. Lift it, and the fiery darts fall harmless. I did not bring you through everything you have survived to lose you at the border of your inheritance. Remember also to rest. This command is as holy as any I have given you today. You were not built for endless strain, and provision that arrives to find you broken is a poor exchange. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I stopped, not from weariness, but to teach you the pattern. Sleep without guilt, Sabbath without apology. The world will not unravel while you rest because you were never the one holding it together. I was, and I do not grow tired. Hold this hour in your memory. Days will come when the sky grays over and the old voices try to reclaim their seats. and on those days you will need an altar to look back on. Let this be that altar. When Israel crossed the Jordan, I had them pull 12 stones from the riverbed and stack them on the bank, so that in years to come they could point and say, "Here is where the water parted." These words are your stones. Return to them. Say to your own soul on the gray days, "I know what was spoken over me, and I know who spoke it, and his word has never yet fallen to the ground." Let me say plainly what I have shown you piece by piece today. The long squeeze of lack is ending, because I decreed its end. Doors are opening that no hand can shut, because I hold the key. You come to my table as an heir, not a beggar, so lift your head. Your mouth is an instrument of agreement with heaven, so use it. You are placed where you are on purpose, watched over by more than you can see, so be brave. And you are being formed from the inside out, so be patient with the forming. Every one of those words is settled. Not one of them depends on your mood tomorrow morning. They depend on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has outlasted every empire that ever doubted it. I know there were moments in this hour when hope and fear argued inside you. That argument does not offend me. Bring it to me daily. Come as you are in work clothes or weariness, with strong faith or with the mustard seed kind, and we will talk, you and I, as friends talk. My door has no hours posted on it. My ear does not tire of your voice. Of all the wonders I have made, and I have made seas and stars and mountains beyond your counting, it is still the trusting heart of my child that delights me most. So go now into your ordinary evening, and know that nothing about it is ordinary anymore. The same rooms will hold a different person. The same troubles will meet a different heart. Watch for my hand in the small hours and the small mercies. Speak life over what I have promised. Strengthen the one whose face I set before you. Keep your inner room quiet enough to hear me, for I will have more to say to you in the days ahead. And I want you close enough to hear it. The peace I leave with you now is not the world's peace, which rises and falls with the news. It is my peace, the kind that stood in the stern of a storm-rocked boat and slept, the kind that can sit at a table in the presence of enemies and eat with a steady hand. Let it settle over you as these words end. Let it stay when the silence returns. You are not the same as when this hour began. Something was decreed, something was broken, something was opened, and something in you said yes. I am with you always. Not with you when the answer comes, but with you now, tonight, in the waiting and the working and the walking forward. Before you were aware of me, I was keeping you. Long after this hour fades from your memory, I will be keeping you still. Nothing that comes against you this week is stronger than the one who goes ahead of you. Nothing in your past is louder than what I have declared over your future. And nothing, not height nor depth nor any other created thing, will ever separate you from my love. Go in that love. Stand in that decree. Live in that peace. And now, before you rise, let your last word to me be the first word of your new season. So answer with your whole heart. Amen, Father. Let it be so in my life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Congratulations, my child. I am speaking to you with urgency, because what is about to unfold in your life cannot be delayed and cannot be ignored. Before this day ends, look at what you have, and do not be shocked by what you find, because a shift has already begun. And hear this also. Tonight I want to heal your body. Give me these few minutes, because your body has been crying in silence, and I have seen every hidden pain you tried to push down. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. I brought you here, because provision and healing are moving toward you at the same time. Listen closely, because I do not speak this way over every season. Some seasons are for planting and some are for waiting, but this one is for receiving. I have been working behind what you can see, and the work is nearly ready to show itself. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was arranging things you could not reach and moving what you could not move. Now the arrangement is complete enough for you to begin to feel it. Your situation is not what it appears to be right now. The picture in front of you is temporary, and I have already begun to change the reality behind it. The numbers you count and recount at night do not define what I have planned for you. The ache you have learned to live with does not define it either. I measure your life by what I have prepared, not by what you have endured. And what I have prepared is larger than what you have dared to ask for. I have seen every moment you struggled. I heard the prayers you whispered when no one else was near, and the ones you could not put into words at all. I saw you hold on when letting go would have been easier. None of it escaped me. This moment is not only about increase, and it is not only about relief in your body. It is confirmation that I have been with you all along. You have walked through a season where everything felt stuck. Progress was slow. Answers did not come when you expected them, and some did not seem to come at all. But underneath that stillness, I was building something stable, something that would not vanish as quickly as it came. I do not build in a hurry, because I do not build things that fall. And while you were worrying about what you lacked, I was also watching what the worry was doing to you. Stress settled into your muscles. Fear moved into your thoughts. Exhaustion took up residence in your body like an unwelcome guest that never left. You adjusted your whole life around that heaviness, and you called it normal. My precious one, it was never meant to be normal, and tonight I begin to remove it. So I ask you to stay. Do not let your attention wander from this moment, because what I am doing requires your openness, not your effort. You have spent years trying to fix everything with your own hands, and your hands are tired. Let them rest. I am not asking you to strive. I am asking you to receive. There is a reason I say do not be shocked. Shock is the language of disbelief, and disbelief closes what trust holds open. When you see the first signs of change, I do not want fear rising in your chest, whispering that it is too small, too late, or too fragile to last. I want you to breathe and know that I placed it there. Even if it looks small at first, it carries the beginning of something far greater. I have opened doors you have not yet walked through. I have placed people along your path whom you have not yet met. I have spoken your name in rooms you have never entered, and favor is rising for you in places you cannot see from where you stand. To you, it will feel sudden. To me, it has been planned, prepared, and timed down to the hour. You were not chosen for this because you are perfect. You were chosen because you did not quit. When your faith was thin as thread, you still held the thread. When your body ached and your provision ran low in the same week, you still lifted your eyes. That endurance moved my heart, and it moves my hand now. Do not dismiss what is coming as coincidence or luck. I move in practical ways, not only in ways you call spiritual. I work through timing, through people, through open doors, and through strength returning to weary bones. This is how I teach you to trust me, step by step, sign by sign, until the question of whether I am with you goes quiet forever. I am with you. I have always been with you. Tonight, both works begin together. The provision that was delayed is being released, and the body that was depleted is being restored. These are not two separate mercies. They are one act of one Father who sees the whole of you, not just the part that prays loudest. I do not heal your circumstances and leave your body broken. I do not strengthen your body and leave your table bare. So let your shoulders come down from where they have been living. Let your breath grow deeper. Something in you already senses that this word is true, and that sense is not your imagination. It is your spirit recognizing the voice that made it. You have heard many voices promise you much. Mine is the only one that has never needed to raise itself to keep a promise. Stay with me now through every word that follows, because each one carries something I want to set in place inside you. Do not rush. Do not reach ahead. Simply listen, and let what I speak go down into the places where you need it most. The shift has begun, the healing has begun, and neither one will be taken back. Declare your Amen if you believe this word has reached you at the appointed time. Now let me show you how I have been providing for you, because you have misunderstood the silence. You thought silence meant absence. You thought the slow seasons meant I had moved on to someone else's prayers. But a farmer does not shout at his field to make it grow. He plants, he waters, and he trusts what is happening beneath the soil. I have been working beneath your soil. While you were counting what was missing, I was counting what was coming. While you lay awake arranging numbers in your mind, trying to stretch what you had across what you owed, I was arranging outcomes you could not calculate. I heard the quiet thought that said, maybe nothing will ever change. I did not answer it with words. I answered it with work. Provision from my hand rarely arrives the way you expect. You look for the sudden flood, but I more often send the steady stream. A flood tears up the ground and leaves as fast as it came. A stream cuts a path through rock and feeds the land for generations. I am giving you a stream, because I intend for this to last. You have seen seasons where increase came and vanished quickly, where gains slipped through your fingers, where nothing seemed to stay. That cycle ends now. This time I am not only giving you something, I am teaching you how to hold it, how to grow it, and how to walk without the fear of losing it. The provision and the wisdom arrive together because one without the other would fail you. So when the change begins to show, receive it with quiet trust. Do not interrogate it. Do not stand over it waiting for it to disappear, the way you have stood over every good thing that ever entered your life. That posture was formed by disappointment, and I understand how it was formed. But you are not living in those years anymore. You are living in this one. What you will see first is only the visible edge of an invisible movement. There are things still aligning, still traveling toward you, still being prepared. I am working through people you have not met, through opportunities you have not recognized, and through doors that have not yet opened. The increase does not stop where it begins. It begins where you can see it, and it continues where you cannot. I also want you to understand what increase truly is, because the world has taught you to measure it poorly. Increase is not only what comes in, it is also what stops leaking out. The losses that repeated themselves, the setbacks that arrived just when you got ahead, the pattern of 1 step forward and 2 steps back. I am closing those places. What enters your life now will stay, take root, and multiply. There is a covering over what I give you. I do not hand you provision and then abandon it to chance. I guard what I plant. This does not mean no challenge will ever come near you, but it means what I am building will not collapse under pressure. The house I build for you is set on rock, and the storms that broke you before will only prove its foundation now. Do not compare your portion with anyone else's. Your path is your own, and the way I work in your life is fitted to you alone. What matters is not how fast it looks beside someone else's harvest. What matters is that it is real, it is steady, and it is aligned with what I planned for you before you knew to want it. Comparison will only steal the peace I am handing you. And do not announce everything you see me do. Some things grow best in quiet, away from attention and interference. There is strength in keeping holy things between you and me for a while. The seed does not call the whole field to gather around while it takes root. Let the fruit speak later. For now, guard the quiet. You will begin to notice new thoughts arriving, ideas about what you could build, paths you had not considered, ways to use what is in your hand. Do not brush them aside. Not every idea in your mind is your own. Some are mine, placed there deliberately, because provision does not only come as something given, it also comes as something created through the wisdom I put inside you. This is how it was with my servants of old. I did not only rain bread from heaven, I showed a widow that the little oil she had left could fill every vessel she could borrow. I took a boy's small loaves and fed a multitude on a hillside. I have never needed much to make much. I only need what is in your hand and your willingness to trust me with it. So loosen your grip on the fear of not having enough. That fear has managed your decisions for too long. It told you what you could not do, could not try, could not hope for. It sat at your table like a false counselor, and you fed it every day with worry. Starve it now. Its word over your life has expired. I am also adjusting your timing. You have felt out of step for years, as if everything arrived too late or left too early. That was the old season. In this one, you will notice things landing when you need them, not before, not after. A door will open the very week you are ready to walk through it. Help will arrive the very hour your strength runs low. This precision is my signature. Remember this when the first sign appears, whether it is small or great. Do not say it is not enough. Say instead, it has begun. The first drop of rain is not the storm, but it proves the clouds are full. What I have released toward you is already in motion, and nothing in motion from my hand can be turned aside. Say, I trust you, Lord, out loud if you believe your provision is already on its way. Now turn your attention to your body, because I am turning mine toward it. I made this body. I know every joint, every nerve, every hidden place where pain has set up camp. You have described your tiredness to no one, but you did not need to describe it to me. I see the nights your mind would not rest, and the mornings your body felt heavy for no reason you could name. Tonight I begin to restore what has been breaking down in silence. You have carried things that were never meant to stay in you this long. Stress settled into your muscles and stiffened them. Fear crept into your thoughts and tightened your chest. Exhaustion drained your strength until even small tasks felt like hills. I do not blame you for any of it. Life laid heavy loads on you and you carried them because you thought you had no choice. Now I am lifting what does not belong to you. I do not need hours to begin this. I need your openness. When you stop bracing, my presence moves freely through you, reaching every weak place and beginning to make it strong again. So stop bracing. You are not on trial here. You are on the receiving end of a father's care, and nothing is required of you except to let me work. There is a warmth beginning to move through you, quiet and unhurried. Do not dismiss it. I rarely announce my work with noise. When I healed in the streets of Galilee, some were restored with a word, some with a touch, and one woman simply reached for the hem of a garment, and power went out to meet her faith. Reach for me like that now in the stillness, and my power will meet you where you ache. Understand how I heal so that you do not doubt the pace. I do not patch surfaces. I go to the root. Some of what troubles your body began in your mind, in years of worry that your frame was forced to carry. Some began in seasons of grief you never fully set down. I'm addressing the causes, not just the symptoms, and that is exactly why this healing will hold. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now, stay with me, because the work in your body continues even as you consider what I have asked. Layer by layer, I am releasing the tension your frame has stored for years. Your shoulders have been carrying weight that was never assigned to them. Your jaw has been clenched around words you never let yourself say. Your breath has been shallow, as if you were always ready for the next blow. Tonight, breathe deeper. The next blow is not coming. I am here. Your body has memory. It remembers every season you pushed through when you should have rested, every warning it gave you that you overruled. It learned to live on guard. But what your body learned, my presence can teach it to unlearn. I am speaking peace to your nervous system the way I once spoke peace to a storm on the sea. The wind and the waves obeyed that voice. Your body will obey it too. Feel how your breathing is already changing. It is slowing, deepening, finding the rhythm I designed for it. This is not something you are forcing. It is something you are finally allowing. When the body is calm, it repairs. When it is at rest, it rebuilds. I built that mercy into your very flesh, and tonight I am switching it back on. I am restoring your energy, because I know how tired you have been. There were days when you looked strong to everyone around you, while inside you were running on almost nothing. I saw the performance, and I saw the cost of it. That constant emptiness is not your identity, and it will not be your future. Strength is returning to you, not in one overwhelming wave, but steadily, the way light grows at dawn. I am also quieting your mind, because healing does not happen in the body alone. Thoughts of dread have been circling you like birds that would not land or leave. I am clearing them now. You do not need to keep replaying what hurt you, and you do not need to rehearse disasters that have not happened. I am giving you a stillness your thoughts can rest inside, and I am removing the fear you have carried about your own health. You have wondered, in your most private moments, whether something was deeply wrong, whether your body was failing you slowly. That dread has added weight to every symptom. I am lifting it off you. You are safe with me, and you are being cared for in ways that go far beyond what any eye can see. Nothing about you is beyond repair. Hear that again. Nothing about you is beyond repair. I have restored withered hands, opened blind eyes, and called a man out of his own tomb after 4 days. Your weariness does not intimidate me. Your pain does not confuse me. What I begin, I always finish, and tonight I have begun. So do not rush away from this moment. Every minute you remain open, the work goes deeper. You are not wasting time by being still. Stillness is the very room where I am operating. Others may not understand why this hour matters so much. You do not need them to understand. You only need to stay and let me finish what your body has been begging for. Now I must deal with something that stands between you and everything I am releasing. It is not an enemy outside you. It is the quiet expectation of loss that lives inside you. You have learned to brace for the fall even in your best moments. When your body feels better, part of you waits for the relapse. When provision arrives, part of you waits for it to vanish. My child, that bracing must go. because you cannot hold a blessing and flinch from it at the same time. I know where that expectation came from. Good things did leave. Relief did fade. You have real memories of hope that ended in disappointment, and those memories built a wall around your heart with a sign that reads, "Do not trust this." I am not asking you to pretend those years never happened. I am telling you that those years are not a prophecy. They are a chapter, and the chapter has closed. Hear the difference between the old cycle and what I am doing now. The old cycle was you, straining alone, patching leaks with your own two hands. This is me, building. When you built alone, the results rose and fell with your strength. What I build does not depend on your strength, and that is exactly why it will not fall when you have a weak day. You are allowed to have weak days inside my strong plan. So when your body has an ordinary ache next week, do not let fear announce that the healing has failed. Healing is not the absence of every sensation. It is a direction, and your direction has changed. A tree planted by water still loses a leaf in the wind. It is still planted by water. Judge your life by where it is planted now, not by every leaf that moves. And when a bill arrives or an expense surprises you, do not let panic announce that the provision was an illusion. The sea does not stop being the sea between waves. My supply toward you is not a single event that can be spent and finished. It is a current, and currents keep coming. One difficult moment cannot cancel what I have set in motion. There is something else I am correcting in you. Somewhere along the way, you came to believe that struggle is your permanent address, that peace only visits but pressure lives with you. That belief has shaped how you breathe, how you sleep, how you plan, even how you pray. I am pulling it out at the root. Stability is not a stranger passing through your life. From this night, it is a resident. Notice what is already changing in your thoughts. The constant noise of worry is losing its volume. There are moments of quiet in your mind that you did not manufacture. Do not rush past them. They are evidence. Peace always arrives ahead of increase, the way morning light arrives ahead of the sun itself. What you are feeling is the light before the fullness. Your body and your circumstances have been trapped in the same conversation for years. The body worried about the money, and the money worries wore down the body. Fear moved between them like a courier, carrying bad news back and forth. Tonight I am dismissing the courier. When peace governs your mind, your body softens. When your body rests, your judgment clears. When your judgment clears, your decisions prosper. Notice how one healing strengthens the other. Sleep is going to change for you. The hours that used to be filled with calculations and rehearsed conversations will grow quiet. You will lie down and actually rest, not just pause between worries. I give to my beloved even in their sleep, and much of what I do in you now will be done in the dark hours, gently, without your supervision. You do not have to guard the night shift anymore. I have taken it. There will still be moments when the old thoughts knock. They will sound familiar, even reasonable. This will not last. Something will go wrong. Do not get comfortable. When they come, you do not need to argue with them for hours. Answer them once, the way I am teaching you now. That voice described my past, and my Father is describing my future. Then let the matter rest. You are not the same ground those thoughts used to grow in. I am also healing the way you receive. For years, receiving made you uneasy. Help felt like debt. Rest felt like laziness. Kindness felt like something you would have to repay before you could enjoy it. That uneasiness came from seasons when you could count on no one, and I am dissolving it. Open hands are not naive hands. Open hands are the only hands that can be filled. Let go, too, of the guilt you have attached to your own needs. You have treated your body's requests for rest as weakness, and your soul's need for relief as selfishness. That is not humility. That is a burden I never placed on you. The same care you have poured out on others, I now command you to allow into your own life. You are also one of the ones I love. Understand what this release will feel like, so you recognize it. It will feel lighter, and at first the lightness may seem strange, even wrong, like silence after years of noise. Do not reach back for the weight because the weight was familiar. Familiar is not the same as good. Give your soul a little time to learn the new climate. What feels unfamiliar this month will feel like home by the next season. I am patient with this process, and I ask you to be patient with yourself. A wall built over decades does not fall in a day, but it is falling. Every hour you choose trust over bracing, another stone comes down. And on the day the last stone falls, you will stand in full view of the life I prepared, and you will wonder why you ever guarded yourself against your own inheritance. You are not fragile, my child. You are in my hand, and my hand does not tremble. The fear of losing what I give was never part of the gift. Drop it here tonight, and walk forward carrying only what I actually gave you: provision, healing, and peace. Now I want to speak about what I am building inside you, because the outer blessing rests on the inner foundation. If I poured increase into an anxious heart, the anxiety would poison it. If I poured strength into an undisciplined life, the strength would scatter. So I am renewing you from within, and this inner work is not a lesser miracle. It is the one that makes all the others last. Your mind is being renewed first. The way you think about provision, about your body, and about your own worth is shifting even now. You are no longer meant to see yourself as someone always catching up, always behind, always one problem away from collapse. That identity was formed under pressure, and the pressure is lifting. I am giving you the mind of someone who is led, not chased. Pay attention to your thoughts in the coming days, and you will notice the difference. Where there used to be a swarm, there will be order. Where you used to spiral, you will simply consider, decide, and move. This clarity is not a technique you learned. It is a gift I am placing in you, because the season ahead requires clear eyes, and I do not send my children into new seasons unequipped. With the clarity comes wisdom, and I ask you to treat wisdom as part of your inheritance, not an accessory to it. Solomon asked me for an understanding heart above riches, and I gave him both, because the first knows how to keep the second. I am doing the same in you. The ideas arriving in your mind, the caution you feel about certain choices, the pull you feel toward others, these are not moods. They are guidance. So move when I nudge you, even if the step looks small. Great doors often hang on small hinges. A single conversation, a skill picked up in an ordinary month, a habit begun quietly at dawn. These are the hinges I love to use. Do not despise the day of small things. I was watching when the temple's first stone was laid, and I rejoiced over it before a single wall stood. I'm also teaching you discipline, but hear what I mean by that word. Not punishment, not a heavier yoke. Discipline is simply love with a direction. It is knowing what belongs to your path and what does not, and having the settled strength to choose accordingly. In the past, you often decided out of urgency because fear demanded an answer immediately. Fear is no longer your counselor. You can take a breath, ask me, and choose well. Your appetite for certain things will change on its own, and do not be alarmed by it. Things that once entertained you will begin to feel empty, and things that once bored you will begin to feel rich. Quiet will become appealing. Depth will become appealing. This is not you becoming dull. This is you becoming rooted, and rooted things live long. Guard your attention, because attention is the soil where everything grows. Whatever you feed your mind each day is planting something. For years, without meaning to, you planted alarm and comparison, and you harvested restlessness. Now plant my words, plant gratitude, plant honest work, and notice what a different harvest rises from the same field. The field was never the problem, the seed was. Do not measure this new life against anyone else's. When Peter looked at John and asked, "What about him?" I answered, "What is that to you? Follow me." I say the same to you with all tenderness. Your assignment fits you the way a key fits one lock. Envy would have you trading your key for one that opens nothing of yours. There is a humility I am weaving into you alongside the strength, and the two are not opposites. The oak is strong because it bends and because its roots go deep, not because it boasts against the wind. As your provision grows and your health returns, remain low in your own eyes and high in gratitude. That posture keeps blessing safe. Pride spends an inheritance. Humility multiplies one. You will also find yourself caring differently for those around you. As your own fear quiets, you will have room to truly hear people again. Those you love will feel the change before you explain it. Some of what I am giving you is meant to flow through you to them, not as pressure, but as overflow. A full well does not strain to water the garden around it. Be careful, though, with whom you share the details of this season. Not everyone can celebrate what they have not yet received. Some words are bread for you and stumbling stones for others. Joseph told his dreams too freely and spent years paying for the telling. Let your life speak slowly. Those who are meant to understand will understand at the right time. I am adjusting your pace as well. You have lived at the speed of emergency for so long that slowness feels like failure to you. It is not. I move through history at the pace of seed and season, and nothing I have ever purposed has arrived late. Walk with me at that pace. Hurry was the thief of your peace, and you will find that almost nothing in your new life actually requires it. And in the middle of all this growth, keep returning to the simplest thing: time with me. Not performance, not long words. Just the door closed, the heart open, and a few honest minutes. That secret place is where every strength you will ever need is stored. The men and women who moved mountains in my name were not the loudest ones. They were the ones who knew the way to that room. This is who you are becoming: clear-minded, steady, wise, unhurried, generous, and quietly strong. Not perfect and not required to be, but changed, truly changed, from the inside outward. The person you were surviving as is not the person you will be living as. I say it, and I do not take words back. Whisper, "I receive it," if your heart is open to becoming everything I just described. Let me tell you now what the deepening of this restoration will look like, so that you can recognize my hand as it moves. In your body, the change will come the way spring comes, not with one loud day, but with 100 small mercies. One morning you will rise and realize you are not dreading the day. One evening you will notice the ache you always carried has grown quiet. Add these mercies together and you will find a different life. Your strength will return in layers. First, the rest will deepen, because rest is the ground floor of every recovery. Then your energy will steady, no longer spiking and crashing, but flowing evenly through your days. Then your confidence in your own body will come back, and you will move without that flinch of caution that pain taught you. Each layer supports the next, I build the way a wise builder does from the foundation upward. Do not be troubled that some of this work stays hidden for a time. The most important part of any tree is the part no one applauds, the roots working in the dark. Right now, roots are going down into your health, your provision, and your peace. When the visible growth comes, and it will come, it will not topple in the first storm, because the unseen work was done first and done well. In your provision, the deepening will look like consistency, not one dramatic windfall that makes a story, but a steadiness that makes a life. Bills that once loomed will shrink to their true size. Choices that once felt impossible will simply be decisions. You will plan a month ahead, then a year ahead, and one day you will catch yourself planning a legacy. That is the ladder I am setting your feet on. You are moving from survival to stewardship, and I want you to understand the difference. Survival asks, how do I get through this week? Stewardship asks, what is this in my hand for? Everything I place with you, strength, means, insight, time, has an assignment attached to it. The faithful servant in my story was not praised for burying what he was given, but for putting it to work. I am handing you more because I trust you to work it. With increase comes weight, and I am strengthening your shoulders for it. But hear me carefully. Weight is not worry. The weight I give is the good weight of purpose, like a full harvest in the arms of the one who planted it. Worry is the counterfeit, and you have carried enough counterfeit weight for a lifetime. From now on, when something feels heavy, ask me whose weight it is. If it is mine, I will carry it with you. If it is not, set it down. Your surroundings will begin to reorder themselves around what I am doing. Certain rooms, certain habits, certain conversations will quietly lose their place in your life, and you will not need to force the pruning. A vine dresser prunes so the branch can bear more fruit, and I prune gently but thoroughly. When something falls away in this season, do not chase it. It made room for what I am bringing. Some people will notice the change in you before you say a word. Your face will carry less strain. Your answers will carry more peace. A few will be drawn to it and ask what has happened, and you will find simple, honest words for them. Others may resent a calm they do not understand. Bless them and keep walking. You are not responsible for how everyone receives your healing. You are responsible for not abandoning it. There is a protection over this whole work that I want you to rest in. What I restore, I also guard. Your health is under my watch. Your provision is under my watch. The plans I have written for you cannot be stolen by circumstance or delayed by the opinions of others. No word spoken against this season of yours will prosper, because I did not consult anyone when I decreed it, and I will not consult anyone to cancel it. That does not mean every day ahead will be soft. You will still live in a world with friction, and I will not lie to you about that. But there is a difference between weather and climate. Hard days are weather. My faithfulness is the climate now, and weather cannot change a climate. You will get rained on some afternoons and still live in a fruitful land. Hold on to that distinction when a difficult afternoon tries to preach to you. Feelings will report the weather. Faith will remember the climate. Let both speak, but let only one decide. The one who decides your outlook decides your direction, and I am teaching you to hand that seat to faith every single morning. I am also restoring years, not just moments. You have grieved time, the seasons that sickness, worry, and lack seemed to swallow. You have looked back and ached over what those years might have been. Hear my promise. I repay what the swallowing seasons took, not by turning time backward, but by making the years ahead so fruitful that the lean years lose their power over your story. The best chapters were never behind you. As your body strengthens and your table fills, Keep your eyes on the giver and not only the gifts. This is not a warning spoken in suspicion. It is the counsel of a father who has watched blessing become a snare for those who forgot its source. You will not be one of them. Gratitude will keep the channel clear, and the channel will keep flowing. Thank me in the small moments, and you will never lose your way in the large ones. And remember that this restoration has a horizon beyond your own comfort. I heal you so you can live, and I prosper you so you can build. And some of what you build will shelter people you have not met yet. Your endurance already carries authority. When you tell someone weary, it can change. Your words will land differently than a stranger's, because you will speak as one who stood in the ashes and watched me bring a garden out of them. So receive the deepening without suspicion and without hurry. Roots first, then branches, then fruit, then seed for others. That is my order, and it has never failed. You are inside that order now, held, guarded, and growing, and nothing about your progress depends on your perfection. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. Now come close, because I am going to send you forward, and I want you to leave this moment carrying exactly what I have placed in your hands. No more and no less. You arrived weary, watching your provision with worry and carrying pain your body had learned to hide. You are leaving as someone appointed to be healed, appointed to be supplied, appointed to walk through the doors I have already unlocked. When you next look at what you have, whether it is more than you expected or not yet what you hoped, read it correctly. It is not your verdict. It is a page in the middle of a story I am still writing. Verdicts are final, and nothing about your supply is final, except my promise over it. So look without fear, give thanks for what is there, and stand firm on what is coming. When your body speaks to you in the days ahead, listen with new ears. If it asks for rest, give rest without guilt. If it grows stronger, receive the strength without suspicion. And when you notice the quiet places where pain used to live, pause and thank me there, in the moment. Gratitude spoken at the sight of a healing seals the healing into memory, and memory is where faith goes to feed. Keep the rhythm I have taught you tonight. Peace first, then thought, then action. The world will keep insisting that panic is responsible and hurry is wise. You know better now. The one who trusts does not need to run, and the one who is led does not need to guess. Walk, do not sprint, and you will pass many runners resting by the road. Return often to the quiet room where you and I meet, not because I demand ceremony, but because you were built to be renewed there, the way a lamp must return to the oil. A few honest minutes with me each day will hold you steadier than 1,000 plans made in fear. When you do not have words, sit with me anyway. Presence is the older language, and I have always spoken it with my children. Speak carefully over your own life, because your voice is the instrument I gave you for agreement. Do not use it to rehearse ruin. When you talk about your body, speak of it as something being restored, because it is. When you talk about your provision, speak of it as something growing, because it is. Death and life sit in the power of the tongue. Choose life so often that it becomes your accent. Be generous as you rise, not out of pressure and never to earn what I have already freely given, but because generosity keeps your heart the right shape. A closed hand cramps around what it holds. An open hand is always ready for more, both to receive and to release. You will find, as all my faithful ones find, that giving and thriving are not rivals. They are companions. Extend patience to those who knew you in the hard years and still speak to you as if you live there. People are often the last to update their picture of someone I have changed. Do not argue your transformation. Live it. In time, the evidence will speak with a volume no argument could reach, and some who doubted will quietly come to you asking how. If a hard day comes, and some will, do not treat it as the end of this word. Take that day back to this night. Remember what you heard. Remember what you felt loosen in your body. Remember the peace that settled where panic used to sit. A word from me does not expire because a Tuesday was difficult. Anchor to it, and let the day pass through you like weather through a well-built house. And when the blessings arrive, and they will arrive, stay tender. Prosperity can harden a heart faster than hardship if gratitude is not standing guard. Stay easily moved by kindness. Stay quick to notice small good things. The tenderness you kept through your worst seasons is treasure in my eyes. Bring it with you into your best ones. Hear now my word over your body, spoken plainly. Strength is returning to you. Rest is being restored to you. What was tense is loosening. What was drained is filling. And what was afraid is settling into peace. Your frame is mine. I formed it with intention. And I am renewing it with the same intention. You will feel the difference, and you will know who did it. Hear my word over your provision. The stream has been opened, and it will not be dammed. Doors are unlocked ahead of you. Help is timed to your need, and wisdom is planted in you to keep and grow every good thing that comes. You will lend and not borrow. You will plant and also harvest. And your house will move from asking to answering, from lacking to lending, from surviving to building. And hear my word over you. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, and not too late. You are mine. I called you by name before this message found you, and I will still be calling you by name long after this night has folded into memory. Nothing you feared has the final word. I have the final word, and my word over you is life, healing, provision, and peace. Go now into your days with your head lifted. Sleep tonight without standing guard. Rise tomorrow without dread. Look at what you have without trembling, and look at what is coming with expectation. The shift has begun. The healing is in motion, and my hand is on both. I do not begin and abandon. I begin and I complete, and I have begun in you. My beloved, this hour was appointed for you before you knew to ask for it. Carry it gently, guard it in your heart, and whenever doubt whispers, return to what you know. You heard your Father, and your Father does not lie. Say amen, I am ready if you receive everything I have spoken over your life tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Right now, wherever you are, whatever is pressing against your mind, stop. I am not asking you to pause because your situation is ordinary. I am asking you to stop because you are closer to a wrong turn than you realize. This moment reached you for a reason. If you walk past it without truly listening, the days ahead may carry pain you did not have to feel. So stay with me. Give me your full attention, not just the surface of it. I'm not speaking to your convenience right now. I am speaking to the deepest part of you that still knows the sound of my voice. You may feel like today is no different from yesterday. Another heavy morning. Another list of problems sitting on your chest before you have even risen from your bed. But I see what is in front of you, and it is more than you're weighing right now. I see what your eyes cannot reach yet. I see what is forming just ahead, outside your line of sight. And I am choosing to speak now, because silence would not be love. It would be abandonment. And I do not abandon the ones I have made. There is a quiet disturbance in you. You have noticed it. You have tried naming it stress, exhaustion, or simply a dark mood that will pass. But you have not fully admitted what you already sense, that something is not right. There is a tight feeling in your chest that will not leave. A pull towards something you know is not good for you. A door you keep standing near, reaching for the handle, telling yourself this time will be different. I want to speak plainly about that door. I want you to understand why I'm asking you not to open it. I'm not speaking to you from a distance. I've been present in every quiet moment you have spent carrying weight that no one around you fully understood. I've been there in the long nights when your strength ran thin and no one was watching. I have seen the smiles you wore over real pain. I have seen the choices you made when your heart was starving for some kind of comfort. When loneliness became so loud, you would accept almost anything to quiet it down. I do not say this to shame you. I say it because I was there, and I know the full story, not just the parts you show others. Because of what you have survived, a quiet lie has settled into your thinking. The lie says, you are strong enough to go back. You handled it once, so you can handle it again. But endurance is not the same as wisdom. Being able to survive something is not the same as being permitted to keep returning to it. The fact that you made it through does not mean you are meant to go back. Some things were never designed to be revisited. They were designed to be left behind permanently, so that what comes next has room to grow in the space they once occupied. I am not speaking to you with harshness. I am speaking the way a watchman speaks when he sees something approaching that the person inside cannot yet see. Not to frighten, to warn while there is still time to choose a different direction. I am reaching you now, before the cost becomes something you carry for years. This is not a threat. This is mercy arriving ahead of the consequence. You have learned, over a long time, how to push through pain without stopping. You have learned how to fold everything difficult into the back of your chest and keep moving forward, keep smiling, keep functioning. That capacity has served you, but it has also trained you to ignore signals your spirit is sending you, signals that are meant to protect you, not punish you. That unease you feel right now is not a malfunction. It is precision. It is exact. I placed it there, and I am asking you not to silence it again. Declare your Amen, if this word is finding its place in your spirit. So before you take another step in the direction you have been drifting, pause long enough to do this one thing. Be honest with me. Not polished, not composed. Honest. Tell me what is pulling at you. Tell me what you keep picking up and putting back down. Tell me what you have been circling, rationalizing, negotiating with in your own mind. I already know all of it. I am not asking because I need the information. I am asking because something shifts when you stop hiding it, even from yourself. Honesty breaks the hold that secrecy builds. And right now, the thing pulling at you has more power than it deserves, partly because you have not yet fully named it in the light. I have not brought you through everything you have survived just to watch you walk back into what once broke you. You have come further than your current doubts give you credit for. You have healed in places you once thought would stay raw forever. There is real ground under your feet now, solid ground, not the shifting surface you used to stand on. Do not trade it, not for comfort that lasts a few hours, not for relief that arrives with a hidden bill attached to it, not for the familiar weight of something that once felt like connection, but left you more alone than before. Hear me now. The warning itself is proof of the love. I do not warn people I have abandoned. I do not speak ahead of time to those I have given up on. This word reaching you today is evidence that I am still watching, still near, still holding the door to a better direction open for you. Walk through it. Not tomorrow. Now. You are standing right at the place where one small decision echoes forward into months. Choose the right one, and do it with the full weight of what I have just said settling into you. You are living in a season crowded with voices. They come from every direction, and many of them are soft. That is the thing I most need you to understand. Soft does not mean safe. A voice that soothes you is not automatically a voice that serves you. A voice that makes the moment easier to bear is not automatically a voice that leads you toward something good. You have been making the mistake of measuring voices by how they feel as they arrive, rather than by what they leave behind once they have settled in. Think about this honestly. There are voices in your life, people, patterns in your own thinking, things you return to when you are tired, that make you feel instantly better in the moment, but leave you a little less anchored each time you walk away. You feel temporarily relieved. Then later, slower, quieter, you notice your clarity has softened. Your resolve has loosened. You are a little more willing to excuse something you were firm about the week before. That is not coincidence. That is the direction a voice was actually leading you, while you were focused only on how it felt at the beginning. Comfort and truth are not always the same thing. They can travel together, yes, but they often do not. A voice can be warm and still carry something harmful underneath that warmth. A voice can sound like understanding and still be steering you away from real wisdom. A voice can make you feel deeply known, deeply seen, deeply heard, and still be moving you further from what is right. The feeling of being understood is powerful. I know that, especially when you have gone long stretches feeling unseen. But you cannot let that feeling become a reason to stop examining what is actually being offered to you. Declare, I believe, if you are receiving this into your spirit today. Here is what I want you to practice. When a voice reaches you, whether that is a person speaking, something you consume quietly in your private hours, or even a recurring thought that shows up dressed in gentle language, do not simply ask, how does this make me feel right now? Ask instead, what does this produce in me over the next several days? Do I feel clearer or more confused? Do I feel more rooted in truth or more willing to compromise? Things I know matter. Do I feel more courageous in what is right, or do I find myself looking for clever reasons to delay what I already know I need to do? Those questions cut through the surface quickly. They will show you things that tone of voice never reveals, because tone of voice can be manufactured. Anyone can speak softly. Anyone can choose gentle words. But what a voice actually produces, in your spirit over time, that cannot be faked for long. The fruit always tells the real story, eventually. I want you to understand the method that works against your peace. It rarely arrives through obvious aggression. It rarely looks frightening. Instead, it often comes through permission, through words that sound like freedom but are actually the loosening of something important in you, through comfort that validates your pain without ever asking you to grow beyond it, through encouragement that feels good in the moment but leaves you more attached to the very thing you needed to release, through reassurance that quietly lowers the standard you were holding yourself to, until the standard disappears entirely and you barely notice it is gone. The goal of that kind of influence is always the same: to move you forward before wisdom has time to speak, to make compromise feel reasonable, to make the thing you know is wrong feel manageable, to make the door you needed to close feel like it still deserves to be open, and it rarely announces itself as danger. It arrives gently, wrapped in exactly what your tired heart was craving at exactly the moment you were too worn out to examine it carefully. So I am asking you to raise a standard inside yourself, not out of suspicion toward every person around you, but out of a genuine commitment to guard what you have built. There is a real difference between being suspicious of everyone and being wise about what you allow in. Wisdom is not cold. Wisdom is not isolating. Wisdom is simply alert. It knows the difference between warmth that heals and warmth that numbs. It knows the difference between rest and avoidance. It knows when comfort is a gift and when comfort is a substitute for something harder and more necessary. My voice is different. I know you have felt the difference, even if you have not always been able to describe it. When I speak to you, something in your deepest place recognizes it, not because the words always feel pleasant, but because they carry a quality that other voices do not. They carry weight without crushing you. They carry honesty without leaving you feeling abandoned. They may challenge you directly, but they also give you the grace to face what they ask of you. That is the signature. A word that challenges you and equips you at the same time is a word from me. A voice that flatters you and slowly erodes your inner ground is a voice you need to step back from, regardless of how much you enjoy the way it sounds. Let me into this part of your life, not as one more voice among many, competing for your attention, as the primary voice, the one you bring everything else to, the one you hold other words up against to see what is true and what is not. Let me become familiar enough to you that imitation cannot fool you. Let me retrain your ears to the point where you know within a few sentences whether something is drawing you closer to peace or slowly pulling you away from it. This is not something that happens by accident. It requires you to spend enough quiet time with me that my voice becomes unmistakable. Start now. Start here. Let what I am speaking become the loudest thing in you today. There is something working against you that I need to name directly. Not because I want you to be frightened, but because naming it accurately is the first step toward not being controlled by it. The opposition to your peace does not generally work through obvious attacks. It does not usually announce itself. It works through subtle permission. It works by finding the place where you are most tired, most lonely, or most desperate for relief, and then offering you exactly what you crave at exactly that moment. And the offer always sounds reasonable. That is how you know to be careful. It will dress disobedience in the language of self-care. It will make an old harmful attachment sound like healing because it feels familiar. It will take your real, legitimate pain and use it as a justification for a choice that will produce even more pain later. It will speak the language of freedom while quietly tying you to something that keeps you in place. It will point to your exhaustion as evidence that you deserve relief, and then hand you something that only deepens the exhaustion once the initial comfort fades. I say this not to make you feel hunted. I say it because you are not powerless here. You are not at the mercy of every voice and pull that comes your way. You have been given something stronger than any of this: discernment. And discernment does not work through suspicion. It works through steady attention, through the habit of pausing long enough to ask the right question before you move, through not letting how convincing something sounds be the only reason you agree to it. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Here is the practice I want you to carry with you. Whenever a voice reaches you, whenever a pull arises, whenever a familiar pattern begins beckoning you back towards something you have already moved away from, bring that thing honestly to me. Not with a prepared argument for why you should be allowed to have it. Not already half committed and hoping I will confirm the decision you have already made. Come with an open hand and an honest question. Is this from you? Does this belong in my life right now? What will this produce in me if I accept it? Ask, and then be still enough to actually listen for the answer. Not for a few seconds while your mind is already racing ahead. Actually still. Let the noise of your own wanting settle down. And then notice what rises in that quiet. Notice whether what was calling so loudly a moment ago begins to lose its urgency in the stillness. Notice whether the peace you feel when you are close to me increases or decreases when you hold the thing up to honest examination. These are not small observations. They are data. They are the exact kind of information that protects your future. You have a history of knowing something was wrong before you could explain it. That internal signal is real. I placed it there. The problem is not that you lack the signal. The problem is that you have trained yourself to override it, usually by arguing yourself out of what you already sensed. You tell yourself you are being too cautious. You tell yourself it is not as serious as it feels. You tell yourself the unease is just fear of change, not a genuine warning. And sometimes that is true, but you do not decide which kind it is by silencing it. You decide by bringing it to me. There is something I want you to understand about the way I actually speak. My voice does not require chaos to be heard. I speak in the clarity that exists after the noise has died down. I speak in the steadiness present when you have stepped back from immediate pressure and simply been still with me. If a direction only makes sense when you are spinning, if it only feels right when your emotions are at their most frantic, be careful with it. Truth does not need you destabilized to become convincing. Only pressure needs that. I do not manipulate you. That is an important thing for you to hold on to. Everything I ask of you comes with the grace to do it. Every hard word I speak comes with the strength to carry it. Every door I ask you to close, I provide the resolve to actually shut it and walk away. That is the difference. When something is genuinely from me, you will find, even in the difficulty of it, that you are not left without the resources to follow through. The path may not be easy, but you will not be empty-handed on it. Grow familiar enough with that quality that you can recognize its absence. Because when something that presents itself as divine leading leaves you feeling spiritually hollow, when it asks you to move but leaves you feeling divided and unstable on the inside, when it promises peace but produces inner noise, that is not my hand on your shoulder. That is something else wearing a convincing disguise. Come closer. Not just when you need rescue, not only in the moments when everything has already broken apart. Come closer in the ordinary moments, in the small daily pauses, in the quiet before the day begins pressing down on you. Let me become the voice your spirit is most familiar with, so that everything else gets measured against it automatically. That is how you stay safe in a season full of noise. Not by becoming suspicious of everything, but by becoming so anchored in the real thing that substitutes cannot hold you for long. Now I want to turn this conversation toward the people around you, because some of what is disturbing your peace is not a habit or a situation. It is a person. And this is an area where I have watched you be more patient than wisdom required and more loyal than was healthy. Not because you were wrong to care, but because you were measuring the wrong thing. You have been measuring safety by intention. You have been asking yourself, does this person mean me harm? And because the answer is often no, you have concluded that their presence must be acceptable. But safety is not only about whether someone wishes you well. Safety is also about what their presence actually produces in you over time. A person can have good intentions and still consistently leave you emotionally drained. A person can genuinely care about you in their own way and still keep you anchored to a version of yourself you have already outgrown. Intentions and fruit are two different things. I need you to start measuring the fruit. Ask yourself what happens to your inner world after time with this person. Does your thinking become clearer or cloudier? Does your resolve to do what is right strengthen or soften? Does your prayer life stay open and easy? Or does it feel like something has been placed between you and me? Does your self-respect increase? Or do you find yourself making excuses for your own choices just to keep the peace? These are not small, peripheral questions. They tell you what is actually growing in the soil of that relationship. Some people belong to an earlier chapter of your life. They mattered in that chapter. They may have even been essential to who you were in that season. But a new chapter has begun, and it does not automatically inherit every person from the previous one. This is not judgment on their character. It is simply the nature of growth. When a river changes course, it does not drag all the old terrain with it. It moves into new ground. And not everything from the old path can fit in the new one. I want you to release yourself from the idea that loyalty always means proximity. You can hold someone in genuine regard and still create distance. You can wish someone well from the core of your heart and still limit how much access they have to your daily life. These two things do not cancel each other out. In fact, sometimes the most loving thing you can do, for them and for yourself, is to stop maintaining a closeness that is no longer serving either of you honestly. There are people who keep you emotionally tangled in old patterns, not because they are trying to hold you back, but simply because they have not grown in the same direction you have. They are not villains. They are not your enemies. But they are not suited for where you are going next, and continuing to give them front row access to your thoughts, your private hours, your vulnerable moments, and your decision-making is costing you more than you have been willing to admit. Your emotional energy is not infinite. Your attention is not a resource that automatically replenishes itself. When you pour significant portions of those resources into relationships that leave you more depleted than you were before, you're arriving at what matters most with less than you had. You're arriving at your prayers half empty. You're arriving at important decisions with your thinking clouded by whatever the last conversation stirred up in you. You are arriving at the things I am preparing for you next, without the full inner clarity those things require. I want to be honest with you about what I am doing in your relational world right now. I am making adjustments. Some connections are being loosened. Some voices are moving toward the edges of your life. Some conversations are becoming less frequent and less central. And if you have noticed this and felt guilty, if you have tried to force proximity back into something that was gently fading, I am asking you to stop. Do not chase what I'm moving. There is purpose in the shifting. When I quietly reduce certain connections, it is not because I want you isolated. Isolation is not what I am building. I am building space. Clarity. A different kind of quiet around you. The kind of quiet where you can actually hear yourself think. Where you can actually feel what is true versus what you have been told to feel by whoever is nearest. That kind of space is not emptiness. it is room for something better to arrive. So when a connection naturally cools, let it cool without guilt. When you notice that certain conversations are leaving you scattered rather than settled, stop returning to them as often. When your spirit consistently feels unsettled after time with a particular person, that is not pettiness on your part. That is discernment doing its job. Honor it. You do not need a dramatic event as permission to protect your inner atmosphere. You do not need to wait for a visible betrayal before you are allowed to create distance that your spirit has been requesting for some time already. You can do this without anger. You can do this without a confrontation or an explanation. You can simply begin being less available. Begin investing your limited time and emotional energy into relationships that leave you more anchored, more at peace, more truthful with yourself and with me. Begin gravitating toward the people in your life who make you feel more like the person I am building you into, not less. Guard your inner atmosphere carefully. What you allow to fill the space around your heart shapes your thinking, your decisions, your courage, and your sense of what is possible. Some of the greatest limits on your life right now are not external circumstances. They are the accumulation of voices, conversations, and connections that have been slowly contracting your sense of what you are capable of. Let them go and come into the open. I know what runs through your mind when I ask you to release a relationship. The objections are familiar. You think of the history between you. You think of the moments when that person was genuinely there for you. You think of their struggles, their pain, their own story of difficulty, and your heart softens immediately. You have always been someone who leads with compassion. You feel other people's weight, and it becomes your own, almost instantly. I know this about you. I did not place that capacity in you by accident. But compassion and wisdom must travel together, or compassion becomes a door through which everything enters, including what was never meant to stay. When compassion exists without the wisdom to know where it ends, it becomes something that costs you everything, and benefits others in ways that do not always produce good things in their lives either. Endless availability is not the same as genuine love. Refusing ever to create distance is not the same as faithfulness. Sometimes the truest gift you can give someone is the dignity of encountering the real consequences of their choices, rather than always being absorbed into someone else's life, who quietly softens everything for them. So when you feel that pull of compassion rising up as a reason to keep a door open, I am not asking you to silence it. I am asking you to bring wisdom into the room alongside it. Ask yourself honestly, is keeping this door open actually helping this person? Is it helping them grow? Or is it simply removing a discomfort they should probably be sitting with? And equally, is this proximity serving the work I am doing in you? Or is it consistently pulling you sideways from it? State, I trust, if your heart is open to where I am leading you. Those are different questions from the ones your guilt usually asks. Your guilt asks, how can I close this door when they still need me? Wisdom asks, what is truly helpful here? And what am I simply doing to manage my own discomfort about maintaining distance? There is a real difference, and the answer matters. Because sometimes what looks like loyalty is actually avoidance. Sometimes what looks like compassion is actually an unwillingness to face the discomfort of creating necessary space. I want you to become comfortable with a particular kind of hard thing, letting something end without needing it to end badly. You have believed somewhere in your thinking that in order to step back from a person or a connection, something dramatic has to justify it. A betrayal, a clear injury, a visible failure on their part that everyone around you would agree makes your decision reasonable. But that is not true. And waiting for that kind of permission is keeping you attached to things longer than you should be. You are allowed to step back from a connection because it consistently leaves you less than you were before you engaged. You are allowed to reduce contact with someone because their presence reliably clouds your thinking. You're allowed to let a conversation become less frequent because you have noticed that those conversations keep redirecting you toward old ground you have already walked away from. None of that requires an accusation or an explanation. It simply requires honesty with yourself and the willingness to act on what you know. Do this gently. Do it without contempt. Do it without broadcasting your reasoning to everyone around you, but do it. A quiet withdrawal is still a choice you are permitted to make. A gradual reduction in frequency is still a valid response to what your spirit has been consistently telling you. You do not owe every person in your life unlimited access to your time, your thoughts, your emotional labor, and your attention. Those are finite resources, and they belong first to the life I am building in you. Here is something I want to settle in you permanently. The people I am placing in your life next, the ones I am preparing to walk with you into what comes after this season, they are people who will make your spirit feel larger, not smaller. They will make your thinking feel clearer after time with them, not murkier. They will speak honestly to you, even when honesty requires courage on their part. They will not require you to shrink yourself or soften your discernment in order to maintain closeness with them. They will not be threatened by the version of you that is becoming more whole and more settled. But those people cannot arrive in your life at the depth they are meant to if the space they would occupy is still full of connections that are slowly draining it. I am not making room in your life to leave it empty. I am making room so that something better can fully inhabit it. Trust the shifting. Trust that what is fading was not abandoned carelessly. Trust that I am curating, not clearing out. In the meantime, bring the people you are stepping back from into your prayers, not to fix them, not to manage their lives from a distance, but simply to release them to me properly. Let me be the one who tends to what they need. Let me be responsible for what happens in their story. Your stepping back does not mean they are forgotten. It means you are handing them to someone more capable of carrying them than you are. And it means you are finally picking up the version of your own life that has been waiting for you to have both hands free. I also want to speak to the guilt that has followed you whenever you have tried to protect your inner world. You have been told, in ways both spoken and unspoken, that needing space makes you selfish. That belief has been working against you for a long time. Generosity is real, and I value it in you. But it was never meant to mean a complete absence of self-protection. Even a field must lie fallow sometimes in order to yield again. Appropriate limits are not the enemy of love. They are often what keeps love from being entirely spent. Come forward. Not with everything resolved. Not with perfect clarity about every relationship and every person. Just come forward with the willingness to act on what you already know, and trust that I will handle what your stepping back leaves behind. There is one more thing I need to address with you before we move toward the end of what I am saying. It is something that has caused you significant harm in the past, and it is active in your life again right now. It is the feeling of urgency, the sense that something must be decided immediately, the pressure that builds inside you when a person, a situation, or your own mind begins insisting that there is no time to pause, no room to think it through, no space for a careful prayer before the answer is required. I need you to hear this clearly. That kind of urgency almost never comes from me. I move with authority, yes. I call you to action at times. I ask you to trust and step forward into things that are not yet fully clear to you. But I do not use panic as a tool. I do not depend on you being overwhelmed in order to get your cooperation. I do not create situations where the only way to obey me is to bypass your own discernment entirely. That is not my method. What you feel when I am genuinely leading you, even in the most courageous, most uncertain steps, is a deep steadiness beneath the challenge. A kind of settled clarity underneath whatever discomfort the obedience carries. Peace does not mean no difficulty, but it does mean a particular quality of stillness in your spirit that does not disappear the moment you stop running on emotion. What you feel, on the other hand, when pressure is driving you, when something other than my voice is demanding a response, is a quality of racing that does not settle when you try to slow it down. A tightness that grows louder the longer you do not give an answer. A sense that the entire opportunity will dissolve if you take even a few hours to pray and think clearly. That quality of pressure is not a holy nudge. It is a mechanism. It is designed to move you before your reasoning has time to arrive. And if you look back honestly at the decisions in your life that produce the most lasting difficulty, the ones you are still carrying the weight of, many of them were made in exactly that condition. Not from deliberate rebellion, not from choosing darkness with full knowledge, but from hurry. From the moment where the emotional pressure became so intense that agreeing felt like the only way to breathe again. From the split-second choice made when your spirit was too fatigued to hold its ground, and everything inside you simply wanted the pressure to stop. That is not your failure alone. Pressure is a real force, and it works. But now you know how it works, and knowing changes the response you are allowed to give it. The next time you feel that rush rising, that urgent insistence that you must decide now, must respond immediately, must commit before you have had a chance to pray, I want you to do one thing. Stop. Not forever. Not even for long. Simply stop long enough to ask, does this carry peace underneath it? Can this survive my honest prayer? Will this still feel true after I have given my spirit an hour to settle? Because here is what I know with certainty. Anything that is genuinely from me can wait for your prayer. Anything truly meant for you does not evaporate the moment you choose to seek my guidance first. What I have ordained for your life is not so fragile that your pause will destroy it. If something disappears the moment you decide to pray before answering, let it go without grief. What can only survive the absence of your discernment was never something I placed in your path. The voice of pressure says, decide now or lose it. My voice says, bring it to me first, and what is real will still be standing when you return. I want you to train yourself to notice the difference between those two qualities. Not by their volume. Pressure can shout, and I can speak quietly. Not by their tone. Pressure can imitate gentleness, but by what they do when you press pause. Pressure increases when you pause. It escalates. It becomes more insistent. It adds new reasons why waiting is dangerous, why delay will cost you, why the window is already closing. My leading does not do that. It stays consistent. It does not require the destabilization of your peace in order to remain persuasive. This matters practically right now in whatever situation is generating urgency in your life. Whatever is pushing at you in this season, a person demanding an answer, an old door pulling at you, an old pattern reasserting itself with new intensity. Bring it to stillness before you bring it to action. Sit down with it honestly. Name it in prayer. Ask me plainly whether it belongs in your life and whether now is the time. And then be patient enough to wait for clarity before you move. There is also a practical difference worth naming. Holy conviction is consistent. When I am genuinely asking you to do something, the sense of it remains steady whether you pause or press forward. Anxious pressure, by contrast, feeds on attention. The longer you sit with it without acting, the louder it gets. Recognizing that pattern alone can protect you from decisions you would not be able to undo. Say, "I receive this," if these words are speaking directly to something you are navigating right now. You are allowed to take time. You are allowed to say, "I am not ready to answer this yet." You are allowed to slow down without losing anything that was genuinely meant to stay. The patience you offer to a decision is not weakness. It is the single most protective thing you can do in a moment when pressure is telling you to run. Slow down. Come to me. And let truth speak before urgency has a chance to sign your name to something that was never truly yours to carry. I want to close this conversation with the hardest truth I have spoken today, because I think it is the one you most need to sit with. You are standing at a point of decision. You have been here before, and in previous versions of this moment, you made the choice based on which path hurt less in the immediate hour. The path of letting something go felt sharp and immediate and real. The path of holding on felt easier, softer, more survivable. So you chose what hurt less right now, without fully accounting for what that choice was going to cost you over the following months. I want you to understand the difference between those two kinds of pain, not so that you feel guilty about the past, but so that you make a different calculation going forward. The pain that comes from obedience is immediate. You feel it the moment you make the right choice. You feel the ache of a door closing, the weight of an absence, the discomfort of a boundary held, the strange grief of saying no to something your heart still wants. That pain is real. I am not going to tell you it is not. It costs something genuine to choose rightly when everything in you is pulling in another direction. But that pain has a direction. It moves forward. It begins to diminish with time as the right choice takes root and begins producing something in your life. The space that seemed so empty after a right decision begins slowly filling with clarity, with settled thinking, with a deeper kind of peace that does not require constant maintenance or negotiation, with the capacity to hear my voice more cleanly because the interference has been removed. The obedient choice that cost you so much in the moment is the same choice that months from now you will look back on as the one that finally allowed something good to take hold. The pain that comes from continuing to go against what you know, that pain moves differently. It begins quietly. There is relief at first. The pressure of the immediate moment releases. The familiar comfort returns. And for a while, it seems like the right choice was the one that felt easier. But underneath, slowly, in places you do not examine every day, something is accumulating. A dullness that settles over your spirit a little at a time. A growing distance from the clarity you once had. A creeping awareness that the decision you made is now requiring more and more maintenance, more justification, more rationalizing, more effort to keep the unease quiet. And the more you maintain it, the more entangled you become. That is the nature of the wrong path. It does not immediately announce its cost. It spreads the cost out over time in small daily losses, until one day you look up and realize you have traveled a great distance from where you were meant to be. And the return journey is longer now than it needed to be. My child, I am telling you this because I want you to choose the clean pain. The sharp, immediate, fully felt pain of the right decision. I want you to choose it not because I enjoy watching you struggle, but because I know exactly what waits on the other side of it. I have seen the whole road. You are standing at the beginning of a stretch that looks difficult, but I have seen where it opens up. I have seen what is waiting for you past the discomfort of this choice. And I am telling you clearly, it is worth it. The price of obedience today is small compared to the cost of another long season of circling the same ground. I do not ask you to pretend the right choice is easy. I do not ask you to manufacture happiness about a decision that genuinely costs you something. I ask only for honesty and the willingness to act on what you know, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. Because that is where faith actually lives. Not in the moments when following me costs you nothing, but in the moments when it asks you for something real. You've been walking with me long enough to have evidence. Look back at the right choices you made in the past that were painful in the moment. Look at what those choices eventually built. Look at the seasons that followed the hard decisions, the ones where you held the line or let something go or stepped back when every part of you wanted to stay. Look at what grew in the aftermath. That is the testimony. Not of a life without difficulty, but of a life where difficulty was allowed to produce something lasting, rather than simply prolonged. I'm with you in what comes next, not watching from a distance to see whether you get it right. Present, close, walking directly beside you through whatever the next hours and days require. When the discomfort of the right decision rises, I will be there in it with you. When the temptation to reverse the choice and go back to what was easier returns, and it will return, probably more than once, I will be the voice steady enough to hold you if you stay near me. Stay near me. Not just in the crisis moments, in the quiet, ordinary moments too. In the mornings before the day puts its full weight on you. In the pauses between one thing and the next. Let me be the voice you return to consistently, until my company feels more natural than the noise that has been filling the space instead. This is not the end of what I am building in you. It is a turning point in the middle of it. What you choose today does not determine everything, but it matters. It matters more than you have been willing to sit with. So, sit with it now. Let the weight of it land fully, and then choose the right thing, not for how it feels in this hour, but for what it will build in all the hours that follow. I am not finished with your story, not even close, and what comes next is better than what you are holding on to now. Say yes if you are ready to take the next step forward with me today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment. A pull. A stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully, so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you, I warn, because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I'm asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, "Pause, think, look again." That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close, wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion. It is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon. Words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning too that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it. A tension that is not resolved no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them. Test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated. And when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You're not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it. The way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience, nothing more. Take the pause, test the door, guard the gate. Release what I named, trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There's no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong, it is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Listen closely. What I am about to speak is not a comfort for someday. It is a word for right now in this moment, while these words reach your ears. Your case is closed. Say that again in your heart until it lands. Your case is closed. Today I declared before all of heaven that your situation has an expiration date. The chains that held you, the thing that robbed your sleep, the heaviness that followed you from room to room. I have pronounced judgment against all of it, and that judgment is final. Your miracle is not approaching. It has arrived. Not tomorrow, not at the end of a long road still ahead of you. Now. Right now, while you receive this word, the power of heaven is moving on your behalf. Orders have gone out. Doors are being opened. Obstacles are being cleared from your path. This is not a performance. This is a declaration from the throne. And when I speak, what I say becomes what is. I need you to understand who is speaking to you. I am your Father, the one who created the breath in your lungs, the one who built every chamber of your heart. I know you with a knowledge that goes beyond what you know of yourself. I've watched you carry weight that was too heavy for anyone to carry alone. I've heard the prayers you said out loud and the ones you never finished because the words would not come. I've been present in every room you walked through when you felt most alone. My presence was not absent in those moments. You simply could not feel it yet. I know there were times you thought I had forgotten you, that your prayers rose and scattered and reached nothing, that perhaps your faith was not enough, or that something in you had disqualified you from my attention. I want to speak plainly into that lie. It was never true. Not once. You were never out of my sight. You were never beneath my care. Your name has always been written in my hand, and I have never once been indifferent to what you have faced. I tell you now with all the authority of heaven behind me, the season of waiting is over. Your case has been reviewed, it has been deliberated, and the verdict has been handed down. You are not here by chance. You did not stumble into this moment accidentally. I drew you here. I arranged this encounter between you and my voice because the time has come. Not a time I am improvising. A time I set in motion long before it arrived at your door. There were moments you stood at the edge of giving up. I know. I was there. I saw you weigh the cost of continuing to believe. I watched you decide, again and again, to get back up. That decision was not small. It mattered. Every time you reached for faith when everything around you argued against it, I noted it. What you endured through those years was real, and so is what is coming now. During all those months and years, I was not still. You saw silence. I was working. You could not perceive it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen place where all things are governed, I was moving. Mountains were being shifted. Roads were being laid through territory that looked to you like nothing but desert. I was not waiting on the sidelines. I was running ahead of you, preparing what you are about to walk into. Think of the walls of Jericho. The Israelites did not watch those walls fall because they were skilled fighters or because they carried the right weapons. They walked in obedience, and I brought the walls down. That is what I am doing for you now. The walls around your situation, the ones that have stood so long you stopped expecting them to move, are coming down, not by your strength, by my word, by my decree, by the authority of the one who holds all things in his hands. What is coming toward you is not a small adjustment. It is not a patch on a broken thing. It is a complete and permanent transformation. When I am done, the people who know you will not be able to reconcile who you are with who you were. They will see the living evidence of what I do when I decide to move on someone's behalf. They will not be able to explain it except to say, his God, her God, did that. And they will be right. Your family is going to change. Your provision is going to change. Your health is going to change. Your peace, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, is going to return. Everything the enemy took from your life over the years, I am giving it back. Not in the measure it was taken, in greater measure. That is who I am. I do not restore to the previous level. I restore beyond it. When I open my hand to give back what was lost, I pour out more than was taken. I am that kind of father. I know that the hardest thing about this moment is trusting it. You have believed before and watched days turn into months. You have held on to a promise and felt the weight of nothing happening. I am not going to tell you that was easy. I know it was not. But I am telling you now that the reason you are still standing, the reason you are still here, still listening, still alive in your faith, is because I would not let you fall. I was with you in those silent stretches, and I am with you now. The same hands that held you then are the hands that are opening what comes next. Receive this now. Let it pass through your ears and go deep into the place where you still carry doubt. I am speaking into that place specifically. This word is not for the part of you that already believes easily. It is for the part that has been disappointed, that learned to protect itself by expecting less. I am reaching into that place right now, and I am saying, open. What is coming is real. What I have spoken over your life is certain. And it begins today. Declare your amen if you believe this word is yours. Let me take you inside what happened. Let me show you what took place at the moment your case was closed. My son stood before the court of heaven and placed his hands forward. The same hands that carried the cross, the same hands that bore the nails. He showed the marks, he showed the wounds, and he spoke your name. He said, "This one is mine. This person has already been redeemed. Every accusation brought against them has been answered. The price was paid, in full, on the cross." And at that declaration, every accuser had to step back. Not reluctantly, not after debate. They had to fall silent because there was nothing left to argue. My son's sacrifice is a perfect answer to every charge. When he spoke your name and showed his wounds, the case against you closed. Not temporarily, permanently. There is no court in heaven or on earth that can reopen what my son sealed with his blood. I need you to understand what this means for you today. It means you are not standing before me as someone who has to earn what is coming. You are not waiting to see if you have been good enough, faithful enough, consistent enough in your prayer life. The miracle I am releasing over your life does not depend on your performance. It depends on what was already done. My son carried the weight so you would not have to. His obedience covered your shortfall. His sacrifice answered every debt. Do you remember the story of Mary and Martha? When Lazarus died, both sisters came to my son with grief on their faces. The situation looked final. 4 days in the grave, the stone already in place, the mourners already assembled. From every natural angle, the story was over. But my son did not see what everyone else was looking at. He looked at that tomb and he called out, and what was dead came back to life. That is the kind of God I am. I do not need a situation to look hopeful before I move. I move when I decree it. And I have decreed your time. There are things in your life that look like they have been in the tomb too long. A relationship that went cold years ago and you stopped expecting it to change. A dream you set down because life kept interrupting it. A physical condition that settled in like a permanent resident. A financial situation that became so familiar you stopped praying about it the same way. I see all of it. And what I am telling you is this: none of it is beyond my reach. I am the same God who called Lazarus out. I am the same God who parts rivers and brings water from stone. What looks like a final chapter to you is not a final chapter to me. State, I believe if you know this word is reaching your spirit right now. The enemy has spent a great deal of time whispering to you that your case is different, that what worked for others will not work for you, that you are too old, that it is too late, that too much has gone wrong for too long. I want you to hear this clearly. Every one of those whispers was a lie with a specific purpose. The enemy whispers loudest when what he fears is closest. He has seen what I have prepared for you. He has watched the door I am about to open. And his only remaining strategy is to get you to walk away before it swings wide. Do not walk away. Look at Abraham. When I called him and gave him a promise, his body was already past the age where the promise seemed possible. His wife Sarah had lived her whole life without holding a child. By every human calculation, the promise should not have been able to come true. But I am not subject to human calculation. I spoke, and life came where there was no life. I said it would happen, and it happened. That same power is not a story from an ancient book. It is alive right now. It is present in this moment, and it is moving toward you. Look at Caleb, 85 years old, a generation of wandering behind him. And when the land was divided, he did not ask for something easy. He stood and said, "Give me this mountain." The hardest ground, the fiercest resistance, the territory everyone else avoided, because he knew I was with him, and that with me, the mountain was already taken. That is the posture I am calling you into right now. Not a posture of asking for something modest because you have been hurt before. A posture of standing in full confidence that I have not brought you this far to leave you short of what I promised. When I decreed that your case was closed, I also decreed what comes next. Not just the removal of what was against you, the release of what I have been holding in reserve for you. Blessings do not just represent an absence of hardship. They are an active, growing, expanding reality in your life. Favor that opens doors before you knock. Provision that arrives before you feel the need. Peace that holds you steady when the ground around you shakes. That is what I have planned. That is what the verdict released. Not just freedom from, freedom toward. My word does not return to me without accomplishing what I sent it to do. That is written, and it is true. I sent this word to you today with purpose. It carries my authority. It is not merely an encouragement. It is a decree going out over your situation right now, and it will accomplish what I intend. The same voice that ordered light into darkness, that calmed the sea with a sentence, that spoke creation into being. That voice is speaking over your life today. You are on the receiving end of that power. Stand still and let it reach every corner of what has been waiting for change. I want to tell you something about the time that has passed. Not a soft version of it. Not a story that makes the hard parts disappear. The truth is, what you walked through was difficult. There were nights you went to sleep with questions that had no answers yet. There were mornings you got up and carried the same burden you went to bed with. There were seasons where the silence was so complete it felt like weight rather than absence. I am not going to tell you that none of that was hard. It was. And I was present for all of it, but I need to tell you what I was doing during those stretches. Not to explain everything. Some of what I was arranging cannot be fully understood from where you stand, but enough to give you a frame. I was working in the unseen spaces, the conversations you never heard, the doors that were being positioned, the people being moved into place, the circumstances being rearranged. What looked to you like a field gone quiet was a field being turned and prepared. Nothing was sitting still on my end. My work was happening beneath the surface, the way roots travel through soil long before anything breaks ground. Think of the farmer who prepares his land. He clears it. He turns the soil. He removes the stones. He plants in a season that looks like nothing, bare ground, no visible sign of what is coming. He does not see the harvest during that work. But the harvest is coming because the work is real. That is what I have been doing in your life. The preparation was real. The work was real. And now the season has turned. What was planted in those hidden months is about to break through the surface. Here is what I need you to do. I'm not asking you to figure out how this miracle arrives. I'm not asking you to engineer the outcome or force the door open. What I'm asking is this. Keep walking forward, one step at a time. Keep your heart open to what I am doing, even when it arrives in a form you did not predict. My provision does not always look the way you imagined, but it is complete, and it is on its way. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. You have prayed in the night when no one was watching. You have given when giving was costly. You have spoken faith out loud when your circumstances made that look foolish. You have sought my face in quiet moments that no one will ever record or celebrate. Every one of those acts of faithfulness was seen, not observed from a distance, seen with the full attention of the one who governs all things. Nothing you did in faithfulness slipped past me. Every prayer you prayed went somewhere. Every act of trust left a mark on the record. And now what was sown in faith is being prepared for harvest. That includes the prayers you said for those you love, the ones you carry in your heart, the ones you bring before me in the quiet. I heard those prayers. I received them. The situation you have been carrying on behalf of others is not outside my reach. I am working there too. The same power that is moving in your own life is reaching into the lives of those connected to you. You prayed and believed on their behalf when they could not pray for themselves, and I honored that. My answer is in motion for them as well. There are signs coming your way, some of them small, an unexpected message from someone you have not heard from in a long time, a door opening in a place you had already stopped knocking, a shift in a situation that had been standing still for so long you stopped watching it. Do not dismiss these things as coincidence. I do not do coincidence. When I move, I leave evidence. These will be my way of saying, I told you. Watch for them. When they come, let them build your faith for the next thing, because what begins now is not one event. It is the beginning of a season. I want to be clear about what I am releasing into your life. It is not a season of barely getting through. It is not relief that lasts a few weeks and then fades. What I am opening for you is a new chapter, one where the chapter title is changed. You have been in a chapter called struggle, called holding on, called enduring. That chapter is closed. The next one is called abundance, called overflow, called the harvest year. And everything in it is already written by my hand. You will walk through it step by step, and what you find there will exceed what you asked for. My beloved, I need you to hear this and hold it. The miracle you are receiving is not just for you. It is for everyone whose life touches yours. When I pour out blessing on one of my children, it does not stop at that person's door. It runs over. It reaches the ones standing nearby. You are going to become a source of what I am pouring out. The ones you love most are going to be reached by what I am doing in your life right now. That is the width of what I have decided. Not a narrow stream just for you, a river that runs wide. I want to speak to your body, not around it, not generally, directly to the physical condition you carry. Whether it is something the doctors named and placed in a file, something you feel every morning when you wake up, or something that has ground you down slowly over years. I see it, I know it, and I am not indifferent to it. The same voice that shaped your body knows every part of it in precise detail. I designed it. I understand it in ways no medical instrument can reach, and I am speaking to it right now. My son healed throughout his time on earth, and I did not heal only as a one-time demonstration. Healing is woven into who I am. My name is Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, not was, is, present tense. That name is not a historical footnote. It is a living description of my nature, and it applies to your situation right now. I do not look at your physical condition and see a problem too complicated for me. I look at it and see something that is subject to my word. I am moving through your body now, through each place that has ached, each system that has faltered. each part that has struggled to function as I designed it. My healing does not work only on symptoms. It reaches the origin. I go to the root of what has taken hold and I remove it from there. What doctors cannot find, I see clearly. What medicine has not been able to address, my power reaches without restriction. I am speaking restoration to your body right now, and my word does not fail. Receive this. You are going to begin to feel a difference, not because you imagined it, because I declared it. The heaviness that has lived in your body is being lifted. The pain that became so familiar you stopped expecting it to leave. It is leaving. The rest you have not been able to find, the sleep that has escaped you, the mornings that started with exhaustion before the day even began. Those things are changing. I am restoring your strength, not a version of strength that runs out quickly, the kind that renews, the kind that rises again after it is spent. Isaiah wrote what I told him. Those who wait on me will renew their strength. They will rise up as eagles rise. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. That promise was not written for one generation. It was written for you to receive today. I am renewing your strength now. I am replacing the depletion with something new. You are going to feel what it is to have energy in your body again, to move without heaviness, to face the day from a position of capacity rather than deficit. The body I gave you is not finished. It is being restored. I also want to speak to what you carry emotionally. The fear that grabs at you in quiet moments. The anxiety that arrives without warning and makes your chest tight. The weight of what you have been responsible for. The things that press in when everything is still. These are not signs that your faith is too small. They are signs that you have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried alone. I did not build you to hold all of this by yourself. And I am not requiring you to. I am lifting those things now, not by removing the circumstances that created them. I am going to change those circumstances, but before they change, I am giving you peace that exists independently of them. This is the peace I spoke about when I walked the earth, not the peace that the world gives, which depends on things going well. My peace holds when things are in motion, when the situation is unresolved, when the answer has not yet arrived. It stands like a guard between your heart and everything that would unsettle it. You're going to sleep differently. That is not a small thing. Sleep is where I restore what the day spent. When your nights are broken, when your mind runs through the same fears from midnight until dawn, your body and your spirit both pay the cost. I'm giving you rest, real rest, the kind where you close your eyes and the weight releases, the kind where you wake up with something still in you, rather than already spent. I designed rest as a gift, and I'm giving it back to you now. Your mind is being renewed. The patterns of thought that have been running against you, the voice that says you are not enough, the habit of expecting the worst, the way your mind rehearses old disappointments. Those patterns are being interrupted. I'm not asking you to force your way to a better outlook. I am doing something deeper than that. I am replacing the foundation that those thoughts stood on. When the foundation changes, the structure built on it changes too. You are going to notice your thinking shift. Not all at once, but steadily, unmistakably. A quieting, a settling, a clarity where there was noise. I want you to understand the fullness of what I am releasing. It is not limited to one area of your life. My healing is not a single fix. It is a tide that comes in and reaches every part of the shore. Your body, your mind, your emotions, your rest, your capacity to engage with each day. All of it is under my hand right now. All of it is being addressed. I do not do partial work. When I restore completely. Not a portion of what was lost, all of it, and then more. My precious one, I made you to live at full capacity, not merely to survive the day, not to endure until something better comes. I made you to live with genuine joy, with real peace, with a body that serves you well, with a mind that is clear and free. That is not a distant hope. That is what I am restoring to you now. The full version of the life I designed for you. Not a reduced version because of what the years have taken. The full version. And it is yours. Stand firm in that. Receive it without apology. It was always meant for you. Now I want to speak about your provision, about the material ground of your life, what you have been able to give, what has come in and what has gone out, the weight of financial struggle that has pressed on you in ways that are hard to explain to someone who has not carried it. I am not speaking around this. I see exactly where you stand. I know which number keeps you awake. I know which bill you have been calculating in your head. I know what you stopped asking for because you stopped believing it was possible. And I am telling you, that ceiling is coming down. The scarcity you have experienced was not my will for you. Let me be direct about that. I did not design your life to be a permanent exercise in barely enough. Scarcity was never in my original intention for my children. There were openings the enemy exploited, patterns inherited across generations, decisions that created debt, circumstances that pressed down at the wrong time. But I want you to understand that I have not been withholding from you in punishment. I have been waiting for this moment, when I could release what I have been preparing. Today, I am closing every door through which the enemy has been draining your provision. Every channel of loss that should not have been open, closed. Every inherited burden that was passed down through your family line and attached to your finances, severed. Every agreement that was made in fear or ignorance that has been working against your abundance, broken. The path is being cleared. And what I am releasing into that cleared space is not a trickle. It is an overflow. There are sources of provision coming to you that you have not considered. You have been praying in a direction, and I am answering from a direction you were not watching. That is one of the ways I work. I honor the prayer, but I choose the path of the answer. Do not lock your eyes on one door. Keep your heart open to unexpected arrivals, because some of what I am sending will not look like what you expected. A conversation you did not plan. An offer from someone you did not think of. A door opening in a field you had not been considering. These are my answers. Receive them as such. If you are employed, I am moving in that place. Increase is coming. Recognition of what you have brought that has gone unrewarded for too long. Opportunities for advancement that have been blocked are being unblocked. If you carry work of your own, a business, a service, a skill you offer, new doors are opening. The clients, the customers, the connections that will bring growth. What stalled is being restarted. What was held back is being released. I am the God who provides, and I know precisely what your situation requires. Declare, I trust you. If you believe that what I am speaking over your finances is real and already in motion. The debt that has pursued you, that persistent voice of what is owed, the weight that makes it hard to plan or hope. I am addressing it. Some of it will be reduced in ways you did not arrange. Some of it will be paid because your capacity to pay is increasing. I am giving you wisdom about how to move, what to do first, what to release, and what to hold. My wisdom is specific, not general. It will arrive as a clear sense of the right step. Follow it. Do not let old habits of fear override what I am showing you. As you obey the steps I give you, the load will lighten, and then it will lift. I am also going to put generosity in your hands. This is part of the fullness I am giving you. Not just enough for yourself, enough to give without it hurting, enough to look at a need and meet it without calculating whether you can afford to. That capacity is part of what I am building in your life. I raise my children up, not just for their own comfort, but so they can become channels of my provision to others. You are going to know what it feels like to give freely. That is not a small thing. That is the life I designed. Think of Joseph, sold into a pit by his own family, imprisoned without cause, forgotten by those he helped. By every reasonable measure, his story should have ended there. But I was in every chapter of that story, and not one of those setbacks was the ending. What his brothers meant for his destruction, I used for his elevation. He emerged from everything they did to him as the one who held the provision for a nation. I am telling you, what was done against you does not have the final word. I have a purpose for what you have been through, and it is larger than the sum of what hurt you. You carry a gift, something you can do that others cannot do in quite the same way. A way you see things, a skill you have built, a capacity that was placed in you with intention. That gift has been dormant, not permanently, dormant. I am waking it up now. I am clearing the space for it to operate. I am connecting you with the people who will recognize it and open doors for it. You are not too old to build. You are not too late to begin. Caleb was 85 when he asked for the mountain. I gave it to him because my timing does not follow the calendar the way human expectations do. What I am giving you is not a short-term correction. It is not a burst of provision that fades after a season. It is a new foundation for your material life. Stable, growing, free from the old patterns that kept you cycling through the same lack. From here you build forward. From here what you have serves what you need and goes beyond it. I have spoken it. My word is the deed to what I have promised. What I have decreed over your provision does not expire. It holds. I want to speak about the people in your life, the relationships that have broken, the ones that have grown cold, the ones that were stolen by misunderstanding or distance or choices that cannot be undone by either party alone. I know the ones you still grieve. I know the names that come to your mind when you think about what was lost. Those losses were real, and I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. But I want you to hear this. What is broken is not outside my reach. I am a God who restores what was divided. Where the enemy placed distance, I place reunion. Where he placed bitterness, I place a willingness to let go that neither person could manufacture on their own. Some of the people you have prayed for, who drifted, who chose a different direction, who moved away from the ones who loved them, I have not forgotten them. My hand is on them right now. I am working in their lives in ways that are not yet visible to you. Do not give up the prayer. What you are believing for on their behalf is already in motion. The home you want, the place of real rest, where those you love can gather and be safe, where peace is the atmosphere rather than the exception. I know that longing. I placed it in you, not to frustrate you, not to give you something to yearn for that would never come. I placed it in you because it is part of what I am building for you. I see the image of it in your heart. I know what you want that space to feel like, and I am working toward it. The provision for it is being arranged. The timing for it is under my authority. It is coming. I also want to speak to the loneliness that has been part of your story, the feeling of fighting battles that no one around you fully understood, of carrying concerns in silence because there was no one close enough to carry them with you. That loneliness was painful, and I want to be honest with you. I did not enjoy watching you carry it, but I am telling you now that the season of isolation is ending. I am bringing people into your life who will know how to stand beside you. Real friendship, genuine support, people who will be present in the hard moments without needing the easy ones first. That community is being arranged. Your spiritual authority is being increased. This is a dimension of what I am releasing that I want you to pay close attention to. When you speak in my name, it carries weight in the unseen world. When you pray, those prayers reach my throne and activate my response. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you release is released. That authority has always been available to you, but in this new season, you are going to experience it with a sharpness you have not felt before. Your words of faith are going to land with power. Your declarations are going to shift things. Do not speak carelessly. Speak on purpose. I'm also waking up what has been dormant in you in terms of gifts and calling. The dreams you shelved because life got loud. The ideas you quieted because someone told you they were impractical. The sense of purpose that you carried for years and then stopped talking about because it seemed too far from where you were standing. I am bringing all of that back into focus, not as a distant possibility, as the next real chapter of your life. I'm giving you clarity about what I made you to do, and I'm removing the obstacles that kept you from doing it. You are going to discover that your story, including the hard parts, is something I can use. Not despite what you went through, but because of it. What you understand now, what you carry in your bones from the seasons of difficulty, is something that can reach people who are in a place you once stood. Your experience is not wasted. It is material. I am a God who takes the broken stone and makes a cornerstone from it. What the world would discard, I put at the center of something solid. Receive this. Your best days are not the ones that are already behind you. I know the years of beauty that were real, and I honor them. But I am telling you that what is ahead surpasses what is behind. Not because the past was worthless, because what is coming was designed by me with your full story in mind. I know everything that shaped you. I know what you can carry now that you could not carry before. And I am giving you what fits the person you have become, not just the person you were when this all began. My child, we have walked a long road together. Some of it was terrain I wish you had not had to cross, but you crossed it, and you are still here. And what I see standing before me now is someone who is ready. Not because you feel ready. Ready is not about feeling. It is about being prepared without knowing the full weight of what is coming. You are prepared. I have seen to that. And what is ahead is not going to crush you. It is going to carry you in ways you have been waiting your whole life to experience. If your heart is open to receive everything I have described, the healing, the provision, the restored relationships, the renewed purpose, the spiritual authority, say so. Let that agreement go up from you to me right now. Declare, I receive this. If your heart is open and you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, I want to speak to you now about what this moment means beyond yourself. Because what I am doing in your life does not stop at the edge of your own story. My blessing was never designed to terminate at one person. When I pour out on one of my children, it runs over. It reaches beyond. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you speak to me in your quiet moments. They are going to feel the wave of what I am releasing over you right now. You are not just a recipient. You are going to become a source. Think about what I did with Job. After the season of loss, after the years of not understanding what was happening, after the silence and the grief and the friends who gave wrong counsel, I restored. And I did not restore to the level of what was before. I restored double. Everything that was taken returned in greater measure. That is the nature of my restoration when it comes. It does not arrive quietly and barely. It arrives in abundance, because I'm not a God of just enough. I'm a God of more than enough. And what I do with the lives of those who hold on to me reflects that without exception. The curses that have traveled through your family line, the patterns that kept repeating, the cycles of lack, the same battles being fought by one generation after the next, those patterns are being broken. My son's work on the cross carried the authority to cancel every generational agreement that the enemy held over your bloodline. That cancellation is being applied now. The ones who come after you are not going to inherit the same chains. They're going to begin from higher ground. What you endured and remained faithful through becomes the turning point for those who follow you. Your faithfulness right now has consequences that outlast your lifetime. This is a weight worth carrying. The knowledge that what you are choosing in this season, to hold on, to trust, to remain open, is not just about your own relief. It is about what passes forward. The agreement you are making with my purposes right now is being written into the ground that the ones who come after you will stand on. That is not a small thing. That is a legacy, and I am giving it to you in exchange for the faithfulness you have already shown. There is authority in you now that will increase as you walk forward in this season. The prayer you pray for those around you is going to carry more weight. The encouragement you speak into someone who is exactly where you once were is going to reach deeper, because it is coming from someone who has been through the fire and knows my faithfulness from the inside of it. You are going to be able to stand before someone in the middle of their worst chapter and say with real conviction, "Hold on," not because it sounds right, because you know it is true from experience. That kind of witness cannot be manufactured. It is built over time, and you have been building it. I am opening new dimensions of my presence to you in this season. Not that I was absent before, but there are depths of knowing me that only come to those who have pressed through long enough to reach them. You are at that threshold now. What you are about to discover in your relationship with me will reframe everything that came before it. The hard things will not be erased, but they will be understood differently. You will begin to see the full picture in a way that was not available to you while you were still inside the season of waiting. And what you see will be something worth having gone through everything it took to get here. I need you to understand what else is coming beyond the outward change. Not just the visible provision and the restored relationships and the healed body, but an internal shift in how you carry yourself. You will not walk into rooms the same way. Something in how you hold your ground will be different. Not arrogance, assurance. The kind that comes from knowing with certainty that the God who governs all things has spoken your name and declared your case closed. That knowing changes a person at the root. And I am changing you at the root right now. The life I am building for you from this moment forward is not a life of no challenge. I am not promising you an uncomplicated road, but I am promising you this. You will not walk any part of it without my hand. You will not face any difficulty without my strength being available to you in full measure. You will not encounter any closed door without my authority backing you. You will not carry any burden without me carrying most of its weight. The road ahead is a road, I will walk with you. And my walking with you changes what the road is. Step into this now, not tentatively, not with one foot still held back in the old season. With both feet, with the full weight of who you are and what you believe. What I have spoken over your life is not contingent on you being perfect from this point forward. It does not require you to earn it. It requires you to receive it, to open your hands and your heart, and let what I am giving actually arrive. Stop bracing for it to be taken back. Stand in it. This is yours. The one who spoke light into the first darkness. I am the same one speaking right now into whatever darkness has sat over your situation. And what I spoke at the beginning, it appeared. What I am speaking now will appear. Your case is closed. Your miracle is now. My word has gone out over your life, and it will accomplish exactly what I sent it to do. You are going to walk in the fullness of what I have declared. Not one day. Beginning now. Say yes, Lord, if you are ready to step fully into the miracle that has already been declared over your life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, something happened last night, and you do not know about it yet. While you slept, I was moving. While the house grew quiet and your thoughts finally loosened their grip, my hand was at work in matters you could not see. I did not wake you because the work was mine to do. But I am telling you now, because you were never meant to walk on unaware. Listen closely, for what I say next is meant for you alone. You felt something pull at you just now, a quiet tug that made you pause. That pull was not random. It was my spirit reaching for yours, the same way I have reached for you many times before. On most days, the noise of life swallowed my call before it could land. Today you stopped. Today you are listening, and heaven takes notice when you listen. Last night there were plans forming around you that carried harm inside them. You never saw them. They wore ordinary faces and moved in ordinary ways, which is why they were dangerous. But I saw every detail, and I stepped in. I shifted what needed shifting. I closed what needed closing. I turned aside a path that would have cost you dearly, and I did it while you rested because I do not need your strength in order to protect you. Perhaps you felt restless in the night. Perhaps your heart raced without reason, or a heaviness settled over you that you could not name. That was not weakness, and it was not your imagination. Something was being contested in the unseen, and your name was at the center of it. I did not allow it to reach you. I stood between you and what was moving toward your life, and I stopped it before it arrived. I am telling you this for a reason. You have been asking me quietly for a sign. In the middle of your ordinary days, you have wondered whether I still see you, whether your prayers rise any higher than the ceiling, whether your path still matters to me. You have carried that question longer than you have admitted to anyone. Hear my answer now. I see you. I hear you. And last night I acted for you without being asked, because my care for you does not wait for your permission. Do not brush this moment aside. There's a real danger in walking away from what I am showing you, not because I would punish you, but because awareness changes everything. When you know that my hand is on your life, you walk differently. You choose differently. You stop bowing to fear as if it ruled you. But when you stay unaware, you keep wandering through your days as though you were alone, and you were never alone. Not for 1 hour of your life. I know what this past season has taken out of you. I know the weight you carry when you rise in the morning and the heavier weight you set down at night. You have held yourself together in front of others while quietly coming apart in private. You have answered, "I am fine," with a steady voice and an unsteady heart. My child, I was not fooled, and I was not far. Every hidden struggle unfolded in front of my eyes. You were never intended to carry all of this by yourself. That was never my design for you. Yet somewhere along the way, you learned to trust your own grip more than my hands. You learned to expect little, so that disappointment could not find you. You learned to stay busy, so the deeper questions could not catch you. I have watched these habits form, and I have waited for the right moment to interrupt them. This is that moment. What happened last night was an interruption of my mercy. I broke a pattern that has been quietly steering your life. You have repeated certain cycles for years, trusting what looked familiar, returning to what felt known, even when it left you empty. I saw where that road was leading. I saw the version of your future that would have formed if nothing changed. And because I love you, I refused to let it stand. So I moved with force and with precision. Some things in your life are about to feel different, and I want you to understand why before the changes confuse you. Certain doors will not open again, no matter how you knock. Certain people will feel distant, though you cannot point to a single quarrel. Certain desires that once drove you will grow strangely quiet. None of this is loss. All of it is my hand clearing the ground for what I am building next. I am not asking you to understand everything tonight. I am asking you to stay with me through these words, because each truth I speak will build on the one before it. You are standing at a turning point, my beloved. One road continues the life you have been surviving. The other opens into the life I have been preparing. The difference between them is not effort. It is trust. Hear this clearly. I am not angry with you. I have not been keeping a record of your failures to read back to you. If distance grew between us, it was not because I withdrew. I have been speaking all along in the stillness before dawn, in the sudden ache of longing you could not explain, in the strange peace that found you on your hardest days. You are hearing me now because your heart is finally quiet enough to receive what I have wanted to say for a long time. So let these words settle deep. Last night was real. The protection was real. The battle you never saw was real, and so was the victory. You are waking up today inside a life that was defended while you slept. That truth alone should change the way you stand, the way you breathe, the way you face whatever this day brings. If your heart believes that I am speaking to you now, declare your amen. Now let me show you what I removed, so you will not mourn what was never meant to stay. There was a door in front of you that looked promising. From where you stood, it seemed like relief, like progress, like the answer you had waited for. But I could see behind it, and behind it was a slow draining of your peace. It would have taken from you quietly, month after month, and given back just enough to keep you from leaving. I shut that door, my child. Do not stand at it grieving. Thank me at it instead and walk on. There was also a person near you whose intentions were not what they appeared. Their words were warm. Their manner was kind. But I saw what moved beneath the surface, and it was not for your good. I began creating distance between you before their influence could sink roots into your soul. You may have already sensed the space growing and wondered what you did wrong. You did nothing wrong. That distance is mine. Do not chase it closed again. I know how this sounds to a heart that hates losing people. You replay conversations. You search your own words for the mistake. You wonder if one more attempt, one more apology, one more soft answer might restore what is fading. My beloved, some things fade because I am letting them fade. Not everyone who started this journey beside you is able to walk where I am taking you. Some knew the person you were and quietly need you to stay that person. I will not let your future be held prisoner by their comfort. And those delays that have frustrated you, the ones that made you feel forgotten or passed over, look at them again with new eyes. Every one of them was placed with care. You thought the slow seasons meant I had stopped working. In truth, I was working most in the seasons that looked most still. Arrivals have their appointed hours. If I had let you move when you wanted to move, you would have arrived before the way was safe. The timing you fought against was the very thing shielding you. There is a hard word I must speak now, and I speak it in love. What I removed last night must not be invited back. Some of what I take away will attempt to return, wearing new promises, speaking softer words, appearing at exactly the moment you feel lonely or tired. It will look changed. It rarely is. When it comes knocking, remember this hour. Remember that I closed that door with my own hand, and I do not close doors carelessly. You must also release what you have been holding against others. I see the resentment you keep in a back room of your heart, tended quietly, visited when old wounds ache. You believe it protects you. It does not protect you. It binds you to the very moments that hurt you, and it keeps a portion of your strength locked in the past where it can do no good. Bring it to me. You do not have to pretend the wound never happened. You only have to stop carrying the one who caused it on your back. Release your grip on control as well. You have tried to manage every outcome, to plan against every possible sorrow, to hold your world together with watchfulness and worry. I understand why. Life taught you early that if you did not hold things, they fell. But my child, you were holding what I never asked you to hold. Security does not come from your grip. It comes from my faithfulness. Loosen your hands and you will find they are finally free to receive. Consider what I am telling you about this new season. What is truly from me will not confuse you. It will not drain you dry and call it love. It will not make you beg for scraps of peace. When I bring something into your life, it comes with a settled quality, a rightness you can feel without forcing. That is how you will tell my provision apart from the counterfeits. The counterfeit demands your anxiety. My provision asks only for your trust. In the coming days, watch how things begin to shift. The conversation will land differently than it would have a month ago. A worry that circled your mind for years will simply lose its voice. An old temptation will look strangely small, like a giant seen from a distance. These are not accidents. These are the visible edges of the unseen work I completed last night, surfacing one by one into your days. Watch, too, how you begin to see people clearly. I am sharpening your discernment, not to make you suspicious, but to make you wise. You will notice who celebrates your growth and who merely tolerates it. You will feel the difference between those who pour into you and those who only draw from you. Do not use this clarity as a weapon. Use it as a map. Let it show you where to invest your heart and where to guard it. None of this requires you to confront anyone or to announce anything. The changes I make do not need your defense. Stay quiet, stay steady, and let what I am doing unfold at its own pace. Your task is not to manage this transition. Your task is to trust the one who authored it. I have never yet begun a work in you that I failed to finish, and I will not begin now. So stand at the edge of this new season without looking backward. What lies behind you had its time. Some of it taught you. Some of it wounded you. All of it has now released you, whether it meant to or not. The road ahead is cleaner than the road behind because I have swept it myself. Walk it without dragging the past behind you like a chain. If you trust my hand over what stays and what goes, let your amen rise now. Now I must speak to you about the divided place where you have been living. Part of you leans toward me. Part of you keeps one hand on the old life just in case. You pray, but you also hedge. You believe, but you also brace for disappointment. My child, I have honored your freedom through every season of this wavering, but I will not pretend it costs you nothing. A divided heart receives a divided portion. There are blessings assigned to your name that have waited, not because I withheld them, but because they require both of your hands, and one of yours has been full. I am not asking for a corner of your life. I am asking for the whole of it. Not because I hunger for control, but because halfway surrender produces halfway peace. And I want you whole. Think of what you have gained from the things you trusted instead of me. The busyness gave you no rest. The approval of others fed you for an evening and left you hungry by morning. The careful plans could not hold back a single storm. You have tested every other refuge. I am the only one that has never fallen. Full commitment is not a feeling. It is a decision made in an ordinary moment that turns every moment after it. It sounds like this. Whatever you ask, my answer is yes before I hear the question. It looks like obeying the quiet prompting even when it costs you comfort. It looks like bringing me the first of your attention, the first of your trust, the first of what your hands have earned, instead of whatever remains at the end. And here is where I will test the soil of your heart, not with words, but with an act. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what has always been true about an altar. It was never a place of loss. It was a meeting place, the ground where trust became visible. When my servant Abraham climbed the mountain with his son, he was not proving his love to me with words. He laid the dearest thing he had on the stones, and in that moment of open hands, he discovered that I myself would provide. The provision was already waiting on the mountain. It always is. But it is only ever found by those who climb. I have watched fear counsel you about your provision for years. Fear tells you to hold everything tightly, to measure what is left, to treat every act of generosity as a threat to your survival. Fear does its arithmetic and always arrives at the same answer. Not yet, not now, not this much. But fear has never once fed you, my child. I have fed you. Through every lean season you have ever survived, the bread kept arriving, the way kept opening, and you are still here. That was not luck. That was me. The widow at Zarephath had a handful of flour and a little oil and a famine at her door. When my prophet asked her to make him bread first, everything sensible in her said no. She gave anyway from the very bottom of her lack, and from that day the flour did not run out and the oil did not run dry. I did not multiply what she kept. I multiplied what she released. This is a law of my kingdom that the fearful never discover. The seed held in the hand stays a seed forever. Only the seed that leaves the hand becomes a field. So examine what you are still gripping and ask yourself an honest question. Is it provision, or has it quietly become a substitute for me? Whatever you cannot release has begun to rule you. I do not want your resources nearly as much as I want your freedom, and this is the narrow door to it. When your hands learn to open, your whole life learns to open. Trust moves from being a word you say to a weight you have actually placed somewhere. After the releasing comes the receiving, and I want you to receive without guilt. You have sometimes treated your own hopes as if they were greedy, as if wanting a full life offended me. It does not offend me. I planted those hopes. The harvest I am preparing for you is not a bare survival. It is enough and then more than enough, so that your life becomes a channel and not a container. I bless you to make you a blessing. That has been the pattern since I first called Abraham out of his father's land. But hear me carefully. Do not give in order to bargain with me. I am not a merchant, and heaven is not a marketplace. Give because you have decided fear will no longer sit in the counting room of your life. Give because you have finally believed that I am your source, and every other stream flows from that one river. The act matters because of what it breaks and what it declares, not because I need what is in your hand. The whole earth is already mine. What I am after, and what I have always been after, is your heart, resting at last in my faithfulness. This is the commitment I am drawing you into, complete and unhedged. Not a season of trying harder, but a life with both hands finally free. Everything I still intend to tell you tonight rests on this foundation, so let it settle in you before we go on. The one who asks for your whole trust is the same one who defended you in the dark last night while you slept. I have already shown you what my faithfulness looks like. Now I am inviting you to answer it with yours. There is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time, and it concerns the battles no one ever saw. Others looked at your steady face and assumed your life was easy. They saw you show up, keep your word, carry your load, and they never guessed what it cost. But I watched the hours behind the hours. I watched you lie awake doing quiet arithmetic with worries. I watched you gather yourself in small rooms before walking out to be strong for everyone else. None of it escaped me. Not one hidden hour. Heaven keeps a different ledger than earth keeps. Earth records the visible, titles, victories, applause. Heaven records the concessions no one thanked you for, the honest choice made when a dishonest one would have been easier, the forgiveness you extended before it was ever requested. By earth's ledger you may feel unremarkable. By mine you have been quietly faithful in ways that many celebrated people never were. I measure by the heart, and your heart has carried more weight with less complaint than you give it credit for. You held your ground when leaving would have been simple. You kept your principles when bending them would have paid better. You stayed kind in seasons that gave you every excuse to turn hard. Do you understand what that kind of endurance does in the unseen realm? Quiet, steady trust is not a small force. It unsettles darkness more than loud declarations ever could. The shadows do not fear noise, my child. They fear a soul that keeps believing in the dark. Think of iron in the forge. The smith does not hate the metal when he holds it in the fire. He is not punishing it. He is driving out the brittleness, the impurities, everything that would make the blade snap under pressure on the day it matters. Then comes the hammer, blow after blow, each one placed with intention. To the iron it must feel like ruin. To the smith it is the making. You have been in that fire and you have felt those blows, and I will tell you what the smith could tell you. Nothing about this process has been careless. You are being made fit for use. The trials you walked through were never a verdict on your worth. Do not read your hardships as evidence that you are cursed or overlooked. Read them honestly. Some came from a broken world, some from the choices of others, some from the adversary's schemes against a life that threatens him. But mark this, all of them passed through my hands first, and everything permitted was measured. You were never given more than could be redeemed. And every ounce of it is being turned, even now, toward your strength and your usefulness. That is why the opposition against you grew loudest right before this hour. Have you noticed? The confusion thickened, the setbacks clustered together, the discouragement pressed in from every side at once. Darkness does not waste its effort on empty ground, my child. No one ambushes a wagon that carries nothing. The intensity of the resistance is itself a testimony to the weight of what you carry. The adversary is not fighting your past. He has read the direction of your path, and it frightens him. So let me reframe the struggle you are in. The pressure you feel is not the sign of a closed heaven. It is the tremor that comes just before ground breaks open. When resistance rises to its loudest, it is almost always because a hold is slipping. Something that has claimed territory in your life senses its lease has ended. Its noise is not power, it is protest. The truly powerful do not need to shout, and I, who hold every outcome, am speaking to you in a calm and steady voice. And now the word I most want to leave in you. Stop trying to prove yourself. You have spent years auditioning for love that should have been given freely. You learned to earn your place, to justify your presence, to be useful enough that no one would leave. Set that burden down. Your worth was settled when I formed you, and no performance can add to it, and no failure can subtract from it. The people who require you to perform were never offering love. They were offering a wage. I kept some of your best work hidden from human eyes on purpose. You wondered why your faithfulness went unnoticed, why others were praised for less than you quietly did. Here is why. I would not let your soul learn to feed on applause. Recognition that comes too early makes a person hollow. They spend their lives chasing the sound of it. I was building in you something sturdier, a faithfulness that holds even when no one is looking, because that is the only kind that holds at all. You are stronger now than you have ever been, though you feel wearier than you have ever felt. Do not confuse tiredness with weakness. The soldier limping home from a won battle is tired. He is not weak. He is proven. Your weariness is the honest cost of battles that were real, and it will be restored to you. What was forged in you through all of it, the endurance, the discernment, the humility, the depth, that will not be taken from you. It is yours now, tempered and permanent. So lift your head, my precious child, not in pride, but in recognition of what has actually happened here. You went into the fire as one kind of person, and you are emerging as another. The next season will not require you to become someone new. It will simply give the person you have already become a place to stand. The making is nearly complete. What follows the forge is not more fire. What follows the forge is purpose. Now I must lift your eyes beyond your own doorstep, because the days ahead concern more than your private world. A season of shaking is approaching, and I want you prepared, not alarmed. Much that people have leaned on will prove unable to bear weight. Arrangements that seem permanent will bend. Certainties that were never true. Certainties will come apart at the seams. Many will be caught off guard, grasping for handholds that crumble as they touch them. But you, my child, are being told in advance, and that changes what this season will mean for you. Understand why shaking comes. It is not cruelty, and it is not chaos escaping my grip. When I shake what can be shaken, it is so that what cannot be shaken will finally stand out plainly. People discover what their lives are actually resting on only when the ground moves. Some will find painfully that they built on sand, but those who built on rock will find something unexpected in the trembling. Their footing holds. The storm that exposes one foundation confirms the other. I intend for you to be among the confirmed. Your steadiness will not come from predicting events. It will come from nearness to me. This is the heart of everything I am asking of you in the coming days. Stay close. Not close in the way of an occasional visit, but close in the way of a shared table, a daily walk, a conversation that never fully ends. Speak with me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Return to me in the evening with what the day left behind. Elaborate words are unnecessary. Come as a child comes to a father, plainly and often. When you live near to me like this, something forms in you that the world cannot manufacture, an inner quiet that does not depend on outer calm. While others are troubled, you will find your thoughts strangely composed. While others rush from one loud answer to the next, you will feel an unhurried knowing about which way to step. This is not because you are cleverer than they are. It is because you are listening to a voice that sees the whole road, while they navigate by the few feet in front of them. And I will guide you through this season in simple, practical ways. There will be moments when I prompt you to act quickly, and hesitation would cost you. This is why I have been sharpening your hearing. There will be moments when I hold you still while everything urges you to run, and your stillness will save you. Learn now, in the small things, to move when I say move and wait when I say wait. The one who obeys in quiet seasons does not have to guess in loud ones. Watch also for my confirmations along the way. When you are walking rightly, I will leave signs for you, not spectacles, but quiet alignments. A word arriving at the exact hour you need it. A stranger's sentence answering the very question you asked me in private. A provision appearing just as its need appears. Not sooner, not later. Collect these moments and remember them, because they will steady you in stretches where the path goes dark and you must walk by what you have seen before. Let me also caution you about voices in a shaking season. When ground trembles, prophets multiply, and not all of them carry my words. Fear will preach with great confidence. Panic will dress itself as wisdom. You will hear urgent voices insisting that all is lost and clever voices selling shortcuts out of the storm. Test every voice by its fruit. My voice steadies, it never stampedes. My voice convicts, but it never condemns. Anything that drives you by terror is not from me, no matter whose mouth it borrows. Guard your peace as a soldier guards a gate, because in the coming days, peace will be the scarcest treasure in circulation, and everything will try to tax it. Not every burden that asks for your shoulders should be lifted. Not every quarrel that invites you deserves your presence. Not every alarm that sounds requires your fear. You are permitted to be untroubled in a troubled hour. This is not indifference to the world. It is trust in the one who holds it. And do not fear for those you love. I know they travel with you in every prayer, that half your worry has their names on it. Hear me, my reach does not end at the borders of your influence. The same eye that watched over you last night watches over them tonight. Pray for them, love them. Speak truth to them when the door opens, and then entrust them to hands stronger than yours. Your worry adds nothing to their protection. Your prayers add much. There is a role for you in this season beyond your own survival. When the shaking comes, steady people become shelters. Your composure will be a place where the frightened catch their breath. Your quiet certainty will raise questions in others that only truth can answer. You do not need to argue anyone into believing. You need only to stand visibly unshaken and be ready to say, when they ask you how, that you are held by a hand they cannot yet see. This is why the preparation had to come first, all of it. The fire and the pruning and the long silences you misread as absence. Shelters must be built before storms, not during them. Everything I have worked into you was measured against the weather I could see coming. You are not entering this season fragile, my beloved. You are entering it fitted, tested, and accompanied. Whatever the days ahead hold, they will find you standing, because the one who holds you does not let go. If you believe I will keep you steady through every shaking, speak your amen aloud. Let me tell you now what I am restoring, because removal was only half of last night's work. While I was clearing harmful things from your path, I was also reaching into the quiet places of your heart, where certain lights had gone dim. Chief among them was hope. Somewhere along the years, your hope learned to keep its voice down. It had been disappointed enough times that it stopped announcing itself, stopped expecting, stopped asking. You called this realism. I called it a wound. And last night I began to mend it. You will feel this mending before you can explain it. In the coming days, a strange optimism will surface at odd moments, and you will almost argue with it out of habit. Do not argue with it. That rising feeling is not naivety returning. It is hope, healed, and walking again. Let it speak at full voice. A soul that expects nothing receives little, not because I am stingy, but because closed hands and closed hearts cannot take hold of what is offered. I am reopening yours. I am also restoring your energy. Much of your tiredness was never about the hours you kept. It came from carrying silent loads, managing others' opinions, bracing against possibilities, feeding connections that only ever consumed. Now that I have cut several of those hidden drains, you will notice strength returning that no rest had been able to give you. Things that once exhausted you will simply cost less. That surplus is not an accident. I am returning your strength to you so you can spend it on what actually matters. Your thoughts will change as well. For years, your mind has run like a house with too many doors open, every wind blowing through at once. I am closing doors. You will notice worries that circled for years beginning to fall quiet, not because their subjects vanished, but because their power did. In the new stillness, you will hear yourself think clearly, perhaps for the first time in a long while. Ideas will come to you with unusual completeness. Decisions that once took you weeks of agonizing will resolve in days, then in hours. This is what an untangled mind feels like. It is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it back. With the clearing comes a new opportunity, and I want you to recognize it when it arrives. It will not announce itself with noise. It will likely look modest at first, even ordinary, the way great things in my kingdom usually begin. A mustard seed does not look like a tree, but you will know it by its atmosphere. It will bring a settled sense of rightness rather than a fever of urgency. It will fit who you have become, not who you used to be. And it will ask for your faithfulness, not your frenzy. Here is the rule of discernment I want you to carry from this hour forward, because it will serve you for the rest of your life. What comes from my hand brings peace, even when it brings challenge. What comes from elsewhere brings agitation, even when it brings pleasure. My assignments may stretch you, but they will not fracture you. My doors may require courage, but they will never require you to abandon your conscience, silence your discernment, or become someone you are ashamed of. When you stand before any choice, consult the peace. It knows the way home. Do not be troubled if this opportunity ripens slowly. I build to last, and lasting things are not rushed. You have seen what becomes of sudden towers raised on shallow ground. That is not what I am building with your life. Every stage will come at its proper hour, and each stage will prepare you for the next. Your part is neither to push nor to drag your feet, but to keep pace with me. Walk when I walk, rest when I rest. The journey itself will teach you the rhythm. You will also find yourself wanting different things, and this may be the strangest change of all. Ambitions that once burned in you will cool, and you will wonder where they went. Simple things you once overlooked, quiet mornings, honest work, unhurried conversation, true fellowship, will begin to shine with unexpected weight. Do not mourn the old desires. They belong to a person who was trying to fill an emptiness I have now begun to fill myself. When the soul is fed at its true source, its appetites come back into order. Others will notice the change in you before you notice it yourself. Some will be drawn to it and ask you what has happened, and those questions will be open doors. Others may grow uneasy around you because your peace disturbs their restlessness, and your freedom accuses their chains, though you say nothing at all. Do not soften yourself to comfort them. Do not perform your old self out of politeness. Let the change stand. It is not yours to apologize for. It is mine, and I put it there deliberately. And when the enemy attempts his old tricks, and he will attempt them, you will find his tools strangely blunted. The accusations that once pinned you to the floor will sound thin. The fears that once herded you like a shepherd will bark without teeth. He has not changed, my child. You have. A lie only rules where it is believed, and you are coming to believe truer things. Each day you walk with me, the old lies lose another finger of their grip. Receive all of this, the mended hope, the returning strength, the quieted mind, the reordered desires, as evidence of a single truth. I am not merely rescuing you from something. I am readying you for something. Rescue looks backward at the danger escaped. Readiness looks forward at the purpose approaching. Last night contained both. The harm was turned aside and the preparation was completed. In the same dark hours, by the same faithful hand. You are not simply safe, my beloved. You are appointed. And what you have been prepared for is nearer than you think. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The protection was not the point. The pruning was not the point. Even the restoration, sweet as it will be, was not the point. All of it was preparation for a purpose, and the purpose is this. Your life is meant to carry my light into places my name is rarely spoken. Not from some high seat of importance, but from the ground of your ordinary days. In the kitchen and the workplace, in the difficult conversation and the small act of unreasonable kindness, you are to be evidence that I am real. Do not shrink from that calling because you feel unqualified. I have never once chosen the qualified. I chose a stammering shepherd to confront a king. I chose a frightened farmer threshing wheat in a hidden place and called him a mighty warrior before he had won anything. I chose fishermen, tax collectors, and a persecutor on a dusty road. The pattern has never changed. I do not call the equipped. I equip the called. Your sense of insufficiency is not a barrier to my plan. It is nearly a prerequisite because the one who knows he is insufficient leans, and the one who leans is the one I can carry far. You belong to a scattered company, my faithful remnant. Souls in every land who have kept a living fire when the times blew cold. Most of them look as ordinary as you do. They are not famous. They hold no titles worth mentioning. But heaven knows each of them by name, and heaven knows you. In the season ahead, I will begin weaving some of these lives into yours. You will recognize them the way embers recognize each other, by warmth rather than by words. When you find them, hold to them. A lone coal cools quickly. Coals gathered keep a fire through the night. and to the ones already woven into your life, the ones you carry in prayer and lie awake loving, be to them what I have been to you this night. Not a preacher, a presence. When they stumble, be the hand that steadies without lecturing. When they doubt, be patient the way I was patient with your doubting. Some of them will find their way to me not through any argument, but through the unexplainable steadiness of your love. Let your life do the speaking. It is more persuasive than you know. I want to leave you with instructions simple enough to keep. Begin each day with me before you begin it with the world. Even a few unhurried moments will change the tone of everything that follows. Bring me your decisions while they are still small, before they harden into crossroads. Keep short accounts, forgive quickly, ask forgiveness quickly, and let no bitterness spend a second night under your roof. Speak truth even when your voice shakes. And when you fall, and you will fall, do not waste a single day hiding from me in shame. Come home immediately. My door has no lock on it, and it never did. Remember also what I have shown you about the hours you cannot see. You now know something most people live without knowing, that the dark is not empty. It holds a watcher, and the watcher is for you. Every night of your life from this night forward, you may lie down inside that knowledge. The one who neither slumbers nor sleeps keeps the watch, and no scheme formed in shadow prospers against a life hidden in my hand. Let that truth be the bed beneath your rest. There will still be hard days. I will not pretend otherwise, for I do not traffic in false comforts. You will meet losses that make no sense from where you stand, delays that test the patience I have grown in you, and hours when the old whisper returns to say that none of this was real. On those days, come back to these words. Remember the night I told you what happened while you slept. A thing does not stop being true because a cloud passes in front of it. The sun is not extinguished by weather, and my faithfulness is not canceled by your difficult seasons. Watch for me in the small hours and the small things, for that is where I most often move. A burden lifting without ceremony, the right word arriving through an unlikely mouth, a closed situation quietly unlocking after years. When these things happen, do not call them coincidence. Call them by their name, faithfulness, and tell someone. Testimony is how one rescued life becomes the rescue of another. Your story, told plainly, will unlock doors in hearts that sermons never opened. Soon, certain moments will come when my nearness feels almost physical, a warmth behind the ordinary surface of things. Those moments are not your imagination. They are my answer to the trust you are choosing today. But do not build your faith on feelings, for feelings keep no promises and change with the weather. Build on what I have said, and let the sweet moments be encouragements along the road, rather than the road itself. The just do not live by sensations. They live by faith. Now take your first step into this new season, and take it without looking over your shoulder. The old accusations have lost their case. The old patterns have lost their author. The old fears have lost their audience. You walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in, and the lightness is not a mood. It is an actual removal of actual weight, performed by actual hands. What I take away, no one can strap to your back again unless you stoop to help them. I set before you then everything this night has held. Protection you did not have to earn, pruning you did not understand, a call to trust with both hands open, strength forged in hidden fire, steadiness for shaking days, hope mended at its root, and a purpose fitted to your frame. This is not the end of what I will say to you. It is the beginning of a long conversation that will run like a river under the rest of your life. Return to the quiet often, and you will find me there. never hurried, never absent, never done with you. One more thing before you go. When you cannot feel me, choose to remember this hour, for memory is the anchor of faith. What I did once, I will do again, and what I have spoken tonight, I will keep. You came to these words carrying a question you could barely name, and I answer it now as plainly as it can be answered. Yes, you are seen. Yes, you are kept. Yes, there is a hand on your life that has never once trembled, and it is holding you at this very moment. Go now into this day, and the next, and the one after that, as one who slept through a battle and woke inside a victory. My peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives, fleeting and fragile, but as I give, whole and forever. If you receive this word and choose to walk with me, seal it now with your amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.